occasionally weakly compatible mapping. This paper is published in an international journal whose name is Journal of Computer and Mathematical Science under the volume number this and page number 391 to 397, whose ISSN number is 09765727, whose print ISSN number. So the extract of my paper is, in this present paper, we have utilized the notion of occasionally weakly compatible to prove the result in manager space, which is more suitable framework in many situations. In this paper, I'll use some keywords, which is manager space and occasionally weakly compatible, sometimes we called as OWC. The introduction first, I want to give the introduction of my paper. So in this paper, I'll use manager space. So manager space is a generalization of metric space. In manager space, we use distribution function instead of non-negative real numbers. In metric space, we use non-negative real numbers. So in manager space, we do not know the exact distance between the 2 points. That's why we use the manager space. In manager space, we don't know the exactly distance between the 2 points. Only we know the possible values of the distance between the 2 points. So this space is a manager space. Some authors, Chaucer, Scaler, Barucha, these are the some authors who work in this field. So the my paper is the extension of the paper which is published by Shukla M, Dubey R, and Patel SK. So the definition there, I want to some give you some definition that I used in my paper. So the first one is probabilistic metric space. In probabilistic metric space, we take a ordered pair except and there is a self mapping x to x. If there are the some conditions that are satisfied, if these first, second, third, fourth, if these conditions are satisfied, then we say that the space is probabilistic metric space. After that, manager probabilistic space. In this space, we take a triplet x, f, del, where x is a non-empty set, f is the mapping, and del is the t norm. Sorry, del is t norm. The combination of xf is a PM space. If this condition is satisfied, then we say that the space is manager probabilistic space. After that, the next definition is, these all are the definitions I used in my paper. Occasionally weakly compatible. Uh, in this, I take two self-mapping f and g of a set x. These are the occasionally weakly compatible if there is a point x in x. That means x is an element of capital X. Capital X is a set, which is a coincidence point of f and g at which f and g commute. If this condition is satisfied, then we say that this is a occasionally weakly compatible or OWC. The first lemma I used in my paper, for the main result, I use this lemma. So in this also x and f are PM space, del is a T norm, B a manager space. The combination of this triplet is known as manager space. So this is a manager space. A and B are OWC, occasionally weakly compatible self map of X. If A and B have a unique fixed point of coincidence, so we say that W is equal to AX is equal to B. So W is a unique fixed point. If this condition if this condition is satisfied, then we say that W is a unique common fixed point of AX and BX. This is the main result of my paper. Let XF del be a complete manager space and let PQFG be a self map of X. Here we take the two pair PF and QG. This is occasionally weakly compatible. If there exists k belongs to 0, 1, then if this condition satisfied, then we say that our main result is, we get our main result. So in this paper, I'll use some mathematical inductions to prove this theorem. On the basis of these definition, I use these definition for this theorem, and then there is some mathematical induction that I use in the paper to prove. After the mathematical induction, we'll get our the final result. Similarly, on theorem first, we prove the other theorem. Similarly, theorem 2, we uh, we prove the theorem 2 on the basis of theorem first. After that, the conclusion of my paper is occasionally weakly compatible mapping always commute at coincidence point of mapping. And we have find the coincidence point as common fixed point of mapping. The OWC mapping are very helpful to find common fixed point of mapping under any kind of contractive condition in manager space, whether it is rational expression or general. Now I want to relate my paper with industry. As you all see that my paper is on pure mathematics. So in today's world, pure mathematics is not taken seriously. Like pure mathematics is a backside of the applied mathematics. Today's world applied give the importance to applied mathematics. So for applied mathematics, for applied mathematics, you first know the pure mathematics. For anything, if you want to practically see anything, first you have to know the theory behind this. So pure mathematics is the base for applied mathematics. Like pure mathematics studies abstract objects. These objects are model of real world phenomena, and the result of pure mathematics turn out to be practically. If we know the theory of anything, then we implement it and we know the result, and the result is practically. So applied mathematics give you the practical result, and the pure mathematics is based on the theory for this practical. So there is no contraction between pure or applied mathematics. These all are the overlap and mutually interrelated with both of these. In today's industry, if we work on any machine or any technology, if we want to work, so first we know the theory behind this. So for anything, you know the theory with the help of pure mathematics. So this is the presentation. Thank you. And these are the references that I used in my paper. These all are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayuri ma'am. Now, our next presenter for the session, Miss Madhu Singh ma'am, Head Department of Computer Science, Sant Hirdaram Girls College. Madhu ma'am, meanwhile, I am also announcing for the next presenter to be ready with your presentation. Fatima Hassan, just be ready with your presentation.
Akansha, my presentation is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Vande Mataram, everyone. I, Professor Madhu Singh, Head Department of Computer Science from Sant Hirdaram Girls College, Bhopal. I thank to Research Foundation of India and Sant Hirdaram Girls College for giving me this opportunity to study on challenges and the best practices in academia industry linkages of India. Before starting this paper, I want to share that this is not a research paper. This is actually the research article, and whatever the findings I get from this research article that I want to share with you. The outline of my paper is what are the objectives, importance of academia industry collaboration, the studies that shown the benefits of academia industry collaboration for students, faculty and industry partners. The aim of this research paper is to outline what is the importance of academia industry interface, popular ways of tying up industry and academia linkage through the efforts of educational institutions and through the effort of companies. It highlights the best practices that India needs to implement in order to achieve its advancement. So first we have to understand what is academia and what is the industry requirements. This is a simple example that the university and colleges preparing student in theoretical content, which is actually like a seed. The seeds are preparing under academia, but the industry requirement is skilled student, which is like a fruitful tree. So there is a gap from seed to fruitful tree. To fill this gap, we need the academia industry linkages. We need to understand what the industry requires, what type of seed is to be prepared for the industry. Actually, the company is our customer. and we have to more focus for the company. What type of seed that they require, we have to flourish our student according to their requirement. The student is our product, it is the product of our college. What is the requirement of a customer or company, we have to focus for that. The people who are not employed are complaining about that less number of jobs are there, whereas industries are saying there is no talent. So this is also a big gap. People are saying less employment, but industries are saying no talent. So to fill this gap, we need more industry academia collaborations. We are also saying that if we are not focusing on the linkages, companies are preparing their own seats. Like Google is also trying to make a 6-month IT certification course. If we are not making efforts in our academia, this is a very alarming situation for the university and colleges, that companies are creating their own seats. They prepare their own curriculum. So we have to more focus on academia industry collaborations. Industry academy partnerships are instrumental in advancing the research and creating the skilled workforce. So we understand what are the challenges that India is facing in academy industry collaboration. That in our today's scenario, industrial revolution 4.0 is going on, and every the industry is working on big data, IoT, machine to machine, 3D printing, robotics, and all these technologies are using in the industry. These are the technological pillars, and these pillars should know, should understand the students and the faculty as well. If we will not learn these technologies, we are lacking behind all these technologies. So we have to understand that these technologies are the need of our academia and industry are the two important pillars of our economy. So we have to focus on these industrial revolution technologies that our faculty members or the student from academia, they should learn these technologies if they want to work in future, because there are industry fifth revolution is also coming. So if we are not up to that, the machines will replace human being also. So we have to, these are the challenges that we have to overcome and make our faculty and student more creative. So there are different challenges. First is gap between the acquired knowledge and the required knowledge in India. The companies look for plug and play candidates to meet the industry expectation. They want the trained students, and if they are not trained, they focus on another student. If you want to pursue or you want to work in any field, you have to learn the IT in that field. If you are working in IT, agriculture, education, defense, you have to learn the latest technologies in that field, whether it is medical, agriculture, no matter it is of what type of field. You have to learn the latest technologies that are using in these fields. What are more challenges that we have? Syllabus is not up to the mark. The syllabus should be upgraded. The person involved from industry expert is also included in the board of studies, because he knows more about the industry requirements. So he should be included in designing the syllabus. Institutional structure include experienced mentors who are more aware of the curriculum structure and industrial needs. Institution also hire the industry expert as their guest lecturers to guide the students. Now I want to focus some of the best practices that every institute, every colleges adapt in their curriculum, in their study matters, that we have to focus on creative thinking, problem solving skills, case studies, training to the faculty members also. This is also a very good requirement, that train to the faculty member as the industry needs. If faculties are trained, they train the student. So to fill this gap, these are the best practices that you have to follow in your institute. We should look more partnerships, corporate interactions, internship, part-time projects. Engaging the student in more co-curricular activities is much more needed in workplace exposure. Curriculum is revised regularly. It should include experienced mentors also. It includes higher industry expert as they guide the students. Innovative teaching methodologies also use some innovative tools, like the students are not know about the email writing, so we should train some innovative tools and techniques to bridge the gap effectively. That email writing, creative thinking, knowledge of some basic software like MS Office, interview techniques, how to handle the interview, case studies, hire practical teachers also. Suppose a YouTuber who have his YouTube channel, he or she knows more about the practical aspect rather than a normal teacher who only read books. So bring the practical person in the academia. We have to sign lot of MOUs with Industria. There is a city, Bangalore. Why it is called the IT hub? Because IT, there is one institute, Board of IT Education Standard. It is an autonomous body promoted by the government of Karnataka. It is working for IT collaborations. So it helps, this BITE Institute helps Karnataka at the forefront of IT education. So this type of institute should be developed in our state also to facilitate better industry interaction, because Bangalore is more IT hub because they are facilitating better IT institute interactions. BITE has 54 engineering colleges as institutional members and 10 companies as corporate members. So to take the benefit of BITE, the engineering colleges collaborate with BITE. So this type of institutes make policy changes, curriculum development, faculty development programs, all they included in their BITE organization, and the benefit was taken by the institute, which are under signing the MOUs in BITE. So this is from my side. The conclusion is university industry collaboration is very much needed. It's a need of our. We have to focus on the best practices. If we focus all these things, our India become the more economical, and because India is education and academia is the pillars of our economy. So to increase our economy, industry university collaboration should be more and focus on the best practices. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madhu ma'am. It was a very nice presentation. I ask our chairperson, ma'am, do you have any queries or any questions regarding the presentation, or you want to ask something? Or we can move ahead?
No, I think we can move ahead, although Madam has covered the most important key area covering the today's scenario, and I think since ages we are talking about this gap, but still it is unfilled, and reason we know very well. So I think, Madam, you can also input the suggestion that our teachers also needs to have the exposure of industry. Actually, right now what we are focusing is the, as you said, collaborations and involving industry professionals to our campus, but we are never ever thinking on the other side, involving our teachers for the industry practice. This is what the CII have started earlier, but I'm really sorry to say this, that our structured academic mechanism is not allowing our teachers to go out beyond the classrooms. That's a suggestion from my side to the principal of the institution, that if you can start something like the crash course, you say, or 10 days course, which teachers should go to the respective industry and can do. Because that's the biggest irony I am feeling now that as a Vice Chancellor also I am facing this difficulty, that we always keep on asking industry professional to come to our campus. They come, they deliver, but what is the effect? What is the impact? So one of the best practice in academics you can think of that you depute your 10 teachers, those who are enterprising, interested, and ready to learn. Because again, I'm not against the teaching fraternity. I myself is a teacher, but we should accept the fact that we know all. That's the biggest problem. That we are not exactly. अगर आज आप किसी भी टीचर का रैंडम इंटरव्यू ले लीजिए, क्विज ले लीजिए, और उससे पूछिए कि अभी प्रेजेंट एरा में क्या नया है, तो बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट है कि आपको बहुत अच्छे आंसर्स और बहुत रेलिवेंट आंसर्स मिले. It's not like that they don't want to learn. It's because of they are indulged in too much of activities, they are not able to. So the best practice or the irony, madam, as you have mentioned, is that also that until unless we will not include innovative in our teaching pedagogy, student will not be able to learn the things. Merely inviting people, calling them, and then asking them to deliver a session, student also, okay, take it, industry wale sir aaye the, ho gaya, bol ke gaye, that's it. So we should change little bit of the pattern, and you can take it as one of the best practice. Not the best practice exactly, because I remember that I delivered one session on best practice. So best practice is one of the best practices which we continued maybe for 10 or more than 10 years. That's why we call it as a best practice. But it's one of the effective practice, you can say, that you can start in your institution, that you can ask your 5 teachers, 4 teachers to begin with, to go to the respective industry, have a little bit of training. You can have a tie-up for that. For that, you can have a MOU, and then in that MOU, you depute your 4 teachers to go to on that area, and they realize that, okay, what we have to teach. Like you have highlighted in your paper that IT is there, business is there, strategy is there, and nowadays you are seeing that people are offering such kind of courses. So this is just my input to your research article. However, your effort was very good, and this is what every teacher has to realize, that finally what we are producing and where it is being absorbed. That's the question. So that practice you can start. I think your principal is very enterprising, so she can start if she feels like. Whosoever, the management permit. But I do believe in this, that we should go out, we should be in industry, we should learn that what exactly they want. And then if you come back and you talk to your students, practically you will feel the difference. And as I'm again restating that CIA already started this practice, but somehow because of the lack of support by institutions, that practice is not presently, you can say, presently is working. So if we want to do that, we can give the suggestion, we can take the suggestions from the industry officials, and we can start that. Other than the conventional industrial visits and the lectures which we are organizing. And as you said, the curriculum should be revised. I don't know how much you are allowed to do that, because if you're autonomous, then you can do it. But if you are affiliated to Barkatullah, then you are not able to do it. So that way, one more suggestion I can give it here is that you can start something as value-added course separate, wherein you can give whatever you feel like to your student. That's not the part of your mark sheet, but that will help your students to grow and to make industry ready professionals. So this is my suggestion. The effort was there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's definitely a great idea. And I think this should be implemented in the policy. That
Yes.
every year the teacher should also upgrade herself. There should be a policy that she has to also submit a certificate of the industry training.
Definitely. That's what I'm saying, because we are actually, we are Dalina, we are circulating in that area of like attending FDP, and you know how genuinely we attend that. Yes, I should not say everything over on this platform, but now even for me, after 20 years of being in academics, I'm always thinking, जो होता ना, थोड़ा सा लाइटर नोट पे कह रही हूँ, एकेडमिक प्लेटफॉर्म है, बट स्टिल वो कहते हैं ना, मुर्गी पहले है कि अंडा पहले आया. तो ये समझ नहीं आता है कि बच्चा गड़बड़ है कि टीचर गड़बड़ है. टीचर सही है तो बच्चा गड़बड़ है, बच्चा सही है तो टीचर गड़बड़. कुछ तो कहीं तो गैप हुआ, जिसकी वजह से जो प्रोडक्टिव फोर्सेस आना चाहिए वो नहीं आ रहा. सो आई कैन नॉट से ऑन वन हैंड दैट आई एम perfectly fine and right. As a teacher, I cannot say that. Similarly, students are also these days are being overflooded with the information. They are having overflow of information. So that's why they get confused. So we should find a midway in between, and we should start with sample. I always say, as being a researcher, that we should start with, that's what I'm saying, only 3-4 teachers which you think that they are enterprising, they are ready to learn, and you motivate them, and you send them to the relevant industry, the courses you are having, and then you tell them to have the sessions with the students, and then you see the effect. So if the sample is good, then obviously you can implement it to the entire population. That's the research we always do.
Definitely, ma'am. We'll take it as a pilot study, which will also motivate other teachers and other institutions.
Yes. And those who can, they should, I think. Because I'm telling you, because she was addressing about Bangalore, about South, and about Gujarat. You know, they don't feel scared applying the innovative techniques or adopting the innovative techniques rather. But talk about the central belt, or if you talk about even these remote areas, they always think 10 times before they implement. So I have been to various forums, and I have seen that what we think is actually others implement. And then we see and we say, "Arey, yehi to humne socha tha." So now it's time to act and to perform. And okay, if it will not give you any tangible benefits, at least it will give you an experience that how the industry professional works. Because as the irony she addressed is very, very right, that we say that we are creating employed forces. The employer is saying that even I think on Saturday I was in one of the board of studies in BSS College, and there one member from Good Governance, he was sitting, and the same thing he was telling, that we don't know what you people are teaching, because when the student comes to us, the basic fundamental thing is student is not able to explain, like the difference between GDP and GMP. So, but if the student is not able to explain that, that's a school learning. In 9th and 10th standard, we teach that. But student is not able to express that. So they say that then how can we hire them? So that is the problem. The problem is that you understand this. The problem is with the fundamentals. The students are not clear with the fundamentals. School level, we cannot do anything because we are not a part of that. We are part of higher education. So what we can do is we can bridge in that gap by empowering our own faculty members. We can bring in some innovative techniques, as Madam has suggested, and we should have a crispy functional MOU in one aspect only. We should not have the list of the aspects and then we forget all the aspects. So we should have one aspect that, okay, this industry, we will go for this kind of MOU. And rather to have one lecture, I think we should have a series of lecture series, and then impact assessment should be there at the end. What the student exactly have, the impact of those lectures. So if we start such kind of practices, such kind of practice, then obviously it will be called one of the best practice also with you if you're continuing it for longer period of time. Or you may park it from the next perspective, you may park it from the as a innovation in teaching learning pedagogy. That also, I think you can park it like that if it is not the best practice you quoted. So that's my solution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your nice suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable inputs. That's why we are here, we are gathered, that on this screen or on this platform, we'll share such ideas or such inputs that we can actually implement in the future for the betterment of teachers or the faculties, and as well as our products, that students are products. So that is why we are gathered here. So now, moving on to the next presenter, Miss Fatima Hassan, research scholar, RNTU Bhopal. Fatima, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. Next presenter, be ready with the presentation, Miss Sonia Sharma. Fatima, you can share your screen now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. This is Fatima Hassan. I'm a PhD scholar under the guidance of Dr. Monica Singh, ma'am. I'm presenting my research paper from Rabindranath Tagore University. So the topic of my presentation is, this research paper is Dalits humiliating life and their fight against the biased. So my paper is on caste system. It's about caste system. As India is growing in developing countries, but traditionally some institutions like caste system are still the same. Caste system is the oldest and the still surviving forms of social stratification. It is mainly relied on the jobs of individuals. The caste system divides people by their faith, region, tribe, and gender. But in India, it has changed and developed since many years. My paper is highlighted on Dalits, which are the fifth and the lowest graded people who perform the filthiest and the dirtiest jobs. These tasks are believed to corrupt their souls. To the extent that they could not be in the same room like with the upper class people. Since ages, like Dalits are treated very badly from high caste people, like from drinking water to entering in the temples. They are always in problem. They always faced problems. So there are many Dalits fight against those brutal system. Like there are many social rights that came into existence, like to give them right and to yes, this is the page. So the Protection of Civil Right Act was launched in 1955. This act was passed in order to protect the weak and the disadvantaged. Other than this, some of the leaders like the B.R. Ambedkar had a very important role in uplifting the Dalits.
I think Fatima, rather than reading the excerpts
Yes,
from your paper, you just give us the briefing in 3-4 minutes. That what exactly is your paper is talking about. That will be much more helpful to us to understand. So far, I can understand your work is on Dalits. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. My work is on Dalits.
Yeah. So you just share the crux of your research paper rather than, because it's not in PPT form, so you're finding it difficult to read and to explain. So you just brief it out what
Yes.
exactly your paper is conveying the message, and then that's all for the day.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, the paper is all about like how the Dalits got power and how they uplifted. So these like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi had fought hard to eradicate the tradition of untouchability. So the main point in this paper is like how Dalits got their power and all this thing. Like I will give a conclusion. Like Dalits who lives in cities are less vulnerable, like who live in rural areas, but because of the influence of education and the modernization, they got the power, and now the Dalits can stand side by side by the upper caste people. Yes. So this is the this was my paper was all about, like how they got the power and how the Dalits got their voice. Yes. Like it is caste system still there in India, but because of the education and modernization, it has subsequently demolished and it's like vanished from the society.
Fatima, please sum up your conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Like within the eyes of law, every person is equal. We will not discriminate on the basis of their caste, and we will not. We will control them. We will teach our children the importance of being compassionate, respectful, and fair with all men. So I will conclude with these words. Thank you.
Fatima, first observation is that whenever you're presenting your research paper in any forum, it should be in PowerPoint presentation. Or rather, it should be in a piece of paper. Maybe if you want to present it by Word, you cannot scroll the entire research paper for the presentation. So next time, please take care of this. Otherwise, you lose the essence of the paper. Are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So always remember this, that when you're presenting it, so PowerPoint presentation is helping you to present your key points.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
Or else you can use any PDF, but like you should not take it like this, that you're scrolling the paper and then you are taking out the points from it.
yes, ma'am.
And if at all not possible to present the PPT from your end, then you can also read out the key points, but then it should not be reflected like this. That's my first point to you.
Actually,
And
this is
further, I want to ask you that are you working on Dalits in your
Yes.
research? Is your Dalit is your research topic?
Yes, ma'am. My research topic is Dalit. Like I have taken two novels.
Okay.
One is of Naren Jadhav and other is of Urmila Pawar. So I'm doing a comparative study on that. So
Okay. So next time onwards, please take care of that.
yes, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, fine. And try. You can also little bit upgrade your this research paper, and you can like in this conference only you can submit it for the UGC CARE publication. If your paper is worth enough, definitely the conference coordinators will take it for the publication in UGC CARE listed journals. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Again, I'm commencing the rule. Please just precise your presentation and within the 5 minutes only. Do not exceed 5 minutes times of the presentation. So now, Sonia ma'am, are you there? Our next presenter is Ms. Sonia Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Sant Hirdaram Girls College. And next presenter, Toshiba Kohli Khare ma'am. Just be ready with your presentation. To Sonia ma'am.
Akansha, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. So I think my presentation is clear to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
So here I am Sonia Sharma, Assistant Professor in SHGC, and I am presenting my paper on issues and challenges of Indian education value, comparing with international education system in enriching academic inputs. As we all know that education is organic and it keeps growing and evolve with time and the human mind. This is the major reason why education provided in different nations of the world is different. The principle on which education systems are formed are different for every nation. However, the aim is similar, that is to instill creativity within the human mind. So it is essential to understand the differences between Indian and foreign education, especially if you are aspiring to study abroad. Here is a comparison between Indian education and foreign education. We examine the education scenario in India and also identify emerging issues and challenges. Although we know that the Right of Education Act has revolutionized the education system in India, although there are many issues and challenges. A major shift in the education system can be observed since the pre- and post-British rule till today in India. Initially, the children were educated in Gurukuls, which were later modified, and the modern education system was introduced. After India became independent, the Constitution committed 6 fundamental rights, of which was the right to education. So it allowed free education to every child up between the age of 6 to 14 years. The second education system is mainly divided into pre-primary, primary, elementary, and secondary education, which is followed by higher studies. However, there are many drawbacks and loopholes in the system which can be curbed, can work for all development of the country. Indian education is being divided into two parts: private and government education. The ratio is 5:7 respectively. Better facilities must be given to education in academic, sports, cultural, technical, media, art, music, religion, social, and political areas, which would aid them to discover their areas of interest. Government schools are lack of lot in this kind of aspect, whereas the private school, which give all such facilities, are too expensive for the lower class families. What is the need and importance of the education? In any education system, higher education encompasses management, engineering, medicines, etc., plays a major role in imparting knowledge, values, and developing skills, and in the process increase the growth and productivity of the nation. While the government is committed to providing primary education and certain facilities, subsidies for higher education, giving the higher cost involved in the establishment of higher education institutes, we are witnessing the entry of private sector to run educational institutions. In India, there are about 26,478 institutions providing higher education and accounting for the largest number in the world. In comparison, according to a report, in 2010, the US had only 6,706 higher education schools and China had 4,000. It is important that given the large number of schools of learning in India, we must target to bring more students under the system. Investment in human capital, lifelong learning, and quality education help the development of society and nation. Demographic counter, according to the National Commissions on Population, it is expected that the age profile of population of India will experience changes in the coming year. Approximately 50% of the total population will be in the age group of 15 to 25 years. It is projected that a vast population would enter the working age group in the next 15 years. Demographic dividend refers to population lump in the working age group of 15 to 60, which can be described a major advantage for pushing the economic growth. It suggests that the major challenge before India is how this advantageous demographic profile can be harnessed to reflect in macroeconomic parameter of the country. India will be experiencing a surplus. We need to realize that this advantage for us will not be automatically transformed into higher economic growth. Strategies, inventions are foresight in terms of encouraging investment in education and skill development by policymakers and need to reap maximum benefits to demographic dividend. So here is the list. What are the issues and challenges? What are the differences between the Indian and education system, which are presented in the PPT? Teaching methodologies. Teaching is more theoretical in Indian education system, whereas in the foreign education system, teaching is more practical and application oriented. Okay, and students invest 5 years in schooling in Indian education, whereas in the foreign education system, students spend 12 years of education and schooling. Although we have to provide in-service teaching training to the teachers. Okay, so academic autonomy. Indian universities have limited academic autonomy. They need to meet requirements laid down by state or central education bodies, whereas foreign universities has a lot of academic autonomy, and universities can easily launch novel subjects or programs to respond to industry need to current trends. Okay, and there is the flexibility to change. In Indian education, switching subjects or major elective after a course commitment is not so easy task. But in the foreign education, switching the subjects, major electives can be done easily. Okay, and such changes are possible even during the middle of the course. So these are the differences between the Indian education and the foreign education system. And the major loophole is costing of the education. It is relatively, in the Indian education, it is relatively less expensive to study in India, but the tuition fees can be very expensive in some of the colleges, courses, schools. So accommodation and other living expenses are lower than that of abroad. In the foreign education, it is more expensive to study abroad. The incidental cost like accommodations, foods, and travel can be quite a lot. Unless student gets scholarships, the fees could be a huge cost burden.
Sonia ma'am, can I intervene in between?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, first of all, you have to now wrap up your things, and secondly, all these tables which you are showing, is the self-creation, author creation, or you have taken it from...
No, ma'am. They are taken by the other research papers also. These are
so definitely in such kind of cases, while presenting it, you should mention the source at the bottom, so that we should understand that whether you have created it on your own or you have taken it from some reference point. So that you should mention next time onwards. Okay.
Okay. The next point is that the student-teacher ratio. In India, there are 11:4 student-teacher ratio, whereas in the Western countries, there are 15:3, 16:6. So it is very important that the student-teacher ratio must be very equivalent and perfect for the study. Now, at last, if I conclude my paper, it is very, very important that we are overraising problems concerning each level of education and India, and quality and persistence. India bear extensive difficulties in facing the requirements of a growing and modern workforce. Although we have to provide in-service training to the teachers, we have to certify students with more practical knowledge to enhance the vocationalization and education, to develop skill among the students and build them as an asset of the nation by giving them practical and technical knowledge, so that we can bridge the gap between the industry need and academic linkage. So here I conclude my paper. Thank you, SHGC. Thank you, RFI, for providing me the opportunity to present my paper in front of all the dignitaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia ma'am. Now, our next presenter, Ms. Toshiba Kohli-Khare. Toshiba ma'am, are you there? Toshiba ma'am.
Kanshu, you proceed to another speaker.
Okay. Our next presenter is Ms. Shiba Khan. Shiba Khan, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Okay,
Hello.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm Toshiba Kohli-Khare. Am I audible? There is some network issue, I guess.
Yes. Okay. So you are having a
it's very much
presentation.
ready, ma'am.
Toshiba madam, you are perfectly audible. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am, now you can share your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Shiba ma'am, you can be ready afterwards.
Okay, ma'am.
Is my screen visible? May I know?
Not yet.
Ma'am, your skin is not. Now it is visible.
It is visible? Okay.
Yes.
So I think I need to put my camera on.
It would be better if you put your
Okay.
camera on.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, just a moment, please. I think there
And
is
ma'am,
some-
please
Yes, ma'am.
get your presentation on the PPT mode.
Yes, ma'am. I am. Just a minute, please.
And you only have 5 minutes. Please
Yes, definitely. I won't take a long time. Please.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Yeah, I have switched on my camera, so I hope I'll be visible now. Am I visible?
No, ma'am. You can carry forward if it is not visible
Okay.
in your
There is some
camera.
network issue, I guess. All right.
You can continue
I
with
can
your
start.
presentation.
Okay, I can start. Okay. Firstly, good morning to all the respectable personalities present here. I think it's good afternoon now because the clock has turned 12:04 now. Okay, so good noon to each and everyone. My name is Toshiba Kohli-Khare, and I am pursuing PhD from Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, under the able guidance of Dr. Monica Singh ma'am. I am also serving the esteemed group of Central India Bansal Group of Institutes in the capacity of a corporate trainer and a pro-communication expert. So I start with my research paper. Before starting with the research paper, I would definitely like to thank Research Foundation of India and Sant Hirdaram Girls College for providing me this opportunity to present my paper in this magnificent conference. So I start with the title of my research paper, that is Veritable Female Characters in the Novels of Shashi Deshpande. So veritable, of course, we can very well understand genuine or real female characters in the novels of Shashi Deshpande. After analyzing her works, what I got to understand that she has been really pragmatic in her approach. The reality prospect has been really high, and she has always related to the Indian women who have always faced problems in their life, in their marital life, in searching for their self-identity, and so on. So definitely this topic attracted me. I would like to go ahead with the abstract. The intent of this work is to figure out the traits and of course the authenticity of the female characters of Shashi Deshpande's novels. Some of the keywords which I have used in this research paper are given on the screen: credible, self-identity, compromise, suffering, self-realization. If we see, of course, all of us being of the same domain know that Shashi Deshpande is one of the finest writers in contemporary Indian writing in English. So if her works are analyzed, they actually reveal her high level of sympathy for the women of India and their troubles and tribulations. She has actually highlighted the condition of women and, of course, the problems they have been facing since long, which is unavoidable in the Indian society and the society which is entirely male dominated even now. Even when the women is modernized in this present era, still somewhere we face male chauvinism, and this has been taken up in the novels very nicely in the novels of Shashi Deshpande, I mean. The female characters, of course, occupy a crucial position in her novels, and for this reason, she has always been called a feminist. But then she always starts giving the justification whenever the tag of feminist is put on her. She always tries to give this justification that it is the female fraternity who has been suffering throughout history for some of the other reason, not males. That is the reason she is always interested to write about the problems and the condition of females in the Indian society. The woman who is modern, who is logical, who is educated also, but then quite, aware of her abilities, but then at the same time, who is perplexed, who is confused, and who is dominated by the male chauvinism. Even in the marital relations we have seen, if we go through the novels of Shashi Deshpande, the ancient traditions with respect to the marital conventions have always remained the same. Like the wife has to adjust to all the problems which she is facing in the marriage, be it anything, but she has to adjust. And somewhere I feel those problems are even prevalent today. It's not that social media, of course, shows a lot of positive things, but if we see in depth, every female in the Indian society is somewhere adjusting in the marriage, and somewhere she is doing some of the other compromise, which is already mentioned and which is already elaborated, I should say, in Shashi Deshpande's novels. Going further to the research methodology, I would like to state here that the present study of this research work is based on secondary data collected from various books and journals. 2 to 3 research papers I have referred, and 2 to 3 books which are secondary sources have been considered for writing this research paper. Without taking much time, I would like to go towards the next slide. The suffering female characters in the novels of Shashi Deshpande. Definitely, the stories or the novels of Shashi Deshpande are always focused on women. The novels which I have gone through, none of the novels are based on male stories or the problems of males, but she is the writer who has always focused on women. The problems, the tribulation, the stress, the irritations, the anger which a woman has in her personal life, how she keeps on suffering without speaking anything, without uttering a word. This is the main focus in Shashi Deshpande's novels. It is, of course, very, very, very well visible in her writings that the Indian woman is unable to disregard the social conventions and the age-old traditions which have been continuing since decades. The main concern of Shashi Deshpande has in every novel been a woman's struggle, whether it be something else than her marriage, also about her marriage. The continuous work which she has done in her novels is based on a woman's struggle. How she keeps suffering and her efforts to search her identity in the relations as a wife, a female, a human being, and how she keeps on trying to compromise in various situations, but then somewhere she's not happy because all the adjustments and compromises she keeps on doing. Her novels, of course, are really authentic and real works, really credible works which are concerned with a suffering woman's quest or thirst for self-identity, and who keeps trying to understand the mysteries of life, and of course, without any rebel, she keeps on trying to adjust into it. I would like to go further as we have short of time. Veracity in the female characters of Shashi Deshpande. How accurate the characters are, how real the characters are, how they are portrayed with accuracy in her novels. That is the base here. Veracity in the female characters. Shashi Deshpande has actually proved herself mindful and successful in creating strong female characters. So what I mean to say here is she has not just presented, shadowy abstractions, but she has really put up some real characters, which if you go and see, even the next door woman can be the same as she has mentioned and as she has portrayed in her novels. The next door females, Indian females I'm talking about, you can very much relate the protagonists or the other female characters of Shashi Deshpande's novels to the females even before 10 years, before 5 years, or even today. That's a different thing, that females in India are obviously growing in every aspect, but then somewhere in their personal life, they still keep on facing the problems, they still keep on compromising and adjusting, whether it be, before marriage or after marriage, and somewhere it has made their growth stagnant because of compromise and adjustment because of the Indian norms and the conventions of the Indian society. She is undoubtedly a rationalist in the true sense of the word. She has always been pragmatic in her novels. When I have gone through 3 to 4 novels like That Long Silence, The Binding Wine, The Dark Cold No Terrors, these novels, what I felt that all the characters really relate to the real life characters. I did not find even one character which was not relatable to the real life character. So that is the best part which I find in her novels, that you can very well relate her protagonists and the other female characters to the real life characters, or the real life people, I should say, real life females. She has also fabricated veritable female characters with perceptible credentials. She, in her novels, has succeeded in presenting convincing characters, which actually makes her work appear authentic. That is the best part, as I've already mentioned. Whenever a writer writes, the main thing which is considerable is...
Toshiba ma'am, please sum up.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So next, I come to the conclusion. A close and deep study of Shashi Deshpande's novels reveal that she has immense sympathy for the female fraternity and the travails they face throughout their life. She has an unparalleled insight into a woman's heart and mind. And through her works, she has given an in-depth insight of the condition of Indian women who is educated and modern, but still suffering under the male dominance. So definitely, I would like to show you the references which I have referred for this particular research paper. They are on the screen. That's all.
Sangeeta ma'am, you have any question regarding, or I can move further?
Yes, ma'am, you can move, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, Toshiba ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Now our next presenter is Ms. Shiba Khan ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Next is Dimple Savlani. Dimple, just be ready with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
My presentation is visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to represent my publication in this international conference on strategies for starting industry, academia linkage, practicability and implications. Here I am Shiba Khan, research scholar of Department of Mathematics from Barkatullah University, as lecturer of All Institute of Management. My supervisor is Dr. Abha Tanguria, Mathematics from MLB Girls PG College. Here I am presenting my paper, which is all Journal Sciences, Volume 9-5, from page number 398 to 403 in May 2018. It is my point results in complete measure space with occasionally weakly compatible condition. Here in this paper we have established some 6 points.
आपके voice में कुछ problem आ रहा है ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Shiba ma'am, there is a technical glitch at your end. Your voice
okay,
is
ma'am.
not
Am I
clear.
audible now?
Now you are audible. And ma'am, please just focus on the abstract or introduction part or methodology and the conclusion. That's it. Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So here the abstract and so and to introduce what is fixed point and it was introduced first by Poincare in 1986. After Poincare, so many mathematicians and so many authors like Banach, Saget, all play important role toward the fixed point theory. Actually, fixed point be applied in various disciplines of mathematics and mathematical science and game theory, etc. Actually, I want to introduce what is fixed point. So it's in mathematics, a fixed point which I want to give you all the realization that at the rotation. Okay, it's we can see that every point center. So this center is a fixed point. So in order to prove my main result in which with the OWC concept. So measure space is a generalized metric space. We use the property, but in measure space we instead of non-negativity we use measure space introduced by Menger in 1942. So I used measure C property. Main result. There are some definition which I picked from my paper, like measure space, and OWC, or occasionally weakly compatible map, which I used in my main result. These theorems, these are the existence theorem of Dr. Shukla, Manij, Patel. These are the of my main result. Actually, I use these my main result terms by using O instead of simple mapping. Simple mapping, and I used OWC, occasionally weakly compatible condition. It's just a mapping or self mapping, to mapping, which is commutes by its coincidence points. So my main theorem 3.1 here, OWC concept instead of simple mapping. Here is some proof and conclusion. Occasionally weakly compatible mapping always commutes at coincidence points of mapping. As we all know, the coincidence points on a graph paper. Now in general, we can find the coincidence point as a common fixed point mapping. These occasionally weakly compatible mapping are very helpful to find the common fixed points in general. Now, I would like to correlate my topic or my research with the this topic or industries. Actually, we all know the vastness of fixed point is applied in different scientific fields in mathematics, like as I earlier discussed, like ma'am, actually game theory is a tool, a valuable tool to add in the industries and sectors. Like we can say that fixed point theory is indirectly related in terms of supply and demand, like supply and demand of in terms of economy, in terms of we can say that the optimization problem. So my main aim is this is related with the industries indirectly in some supply and demand. I said that here some examples or these are the references. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shiva ma'am. Now, our next presenter, Ms. Dimple Savlani,
Yes,
final
ma'am.
year student of Sant Hirdaram Girls College. Dimple, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Meanwhile, the next presenter, be ready with your presentation. Sayyida Hazra Nausheen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here only.
Okay.
I'm ready with my presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, not yet.
No?
Stop sharing this.
Stop sharing. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Now it is visible. Now you can start with your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. Before heading towards the presentation, I would like to thank RFI, Sant Hirdaram Girls College. Special thanks to the respected Principal Dalima Parwani ma'am and Dr. Madhuri Gaur ma'am, HOD Zoology Department, for providing an opportunity for presenting my paper at this conference. I, Dimple Savlani, a third-year student from Department of Food and Nutrition, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, is likely to present on the topic promoting innovative and need-based research with tie-up academia and industry linkage. Academia and industry are two important pillars of economy. A robust collaboration between the two will augur well for our developing economy, enabling innovation, growth in the education system, and producing an employment-ready workforce. Industry often focuses on addressing solutions that are of near-term commercial value, whereas academia focuses on building new knowledge through research and imparting education to students. Therefore, commercialization of high technology products becomes possible through strong academia-industry linkage. As India ushers in the era of digitization, there is a desire of having a young tech-savvy population ready to apply its learning in the key fields such as AI and big data to solve major challenges facing critical industries like healthcare and energy. Talking about the benefits of academia and industry, frontliners are numerous via the enhancement of research and innovation through joint research papers, delivery of innovative commercial products, improvement in teaching, learning and enrichment of students' knowledge, and their employability, as well as providing new streams of funding to tertiary industries. It is clearly a time to create a nurturing environment where the industry and academia can work hand in hand. Henceforth, entrepreneurs and educational institutes need to recognize new technologies and build a constructive framework for collaboration to make India a global innovation hub. Thank you so much. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dimple. It was a sweet and simple presentation. Sayyida Hazra ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can present your presentation.
Okay. Whether my screen is my screen is sharing, ma'am? It is visible?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Myself, Sayyida Hazra Nausheen, Honorable Chairperson of today's session, Principal of Sant Hirdaram Girls College, host of today's session, then faculty of the college, and all the presenters and participants. Very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Sayyida Hazra Nausheen, Assistant Professor, Manu CT, Aurangabad, and my topic is actually it is related to the simulation of real-world experience in the classroom. As far as the simulation stand, it is actually stand for the imitation of a situation or a process and when we apply it in the education, it can be applied as a teaching method, which especially teach the participants to test the knowledge and skill level of by placing them in the real or actual scenario. Actually, it is and as far as the 21st century is concerned, 21st century demands the teacher must be more innovative and novel and creative in providing teaching learning process As far as the class learning process is concerned, the teacher are now using more innovative strategies to provide a clear learning experience to the students. So the paper is also related to the same. It is a very famous idiom that teach me, I forgot, show me, I will remember, and involve me, I will understand. Actually, the last line, involve me, I will understand, is the essence of the simulation-based learning. Now move towards the meaning and definition. According to the McLinton 2000, experiential learning such as simulation has been promoted as a means to challenge students' misconceptions. And the second one is simulation are also more effective than conventional teaching method as it emphasizes abstract concept over factual information, engendering empathy and serving as a reference for ongoing discussion regarding social equality. As far as the historical background of simulation is concerned, actually simulation learning was initially used in the medical science, and especially nowadays it is much more used in the nursing and healthcare field. So nowadays it is also using in the teaching learning process also. This is actually it helps the learner to put their theoretical knowledge into practical. And in medical and healthcare science, simulation learning is a part of the curriculum from 18th century with the advance as the time moves, the advancement takes place in the technology, and also it evolves in simulation field also. Then it is a very brief historical background of, and as far as the nature of the simulation learning is concerned, actually it gives chance to test the learner's knowledge and skills by providing or placing them in the scenario where they have to participate actually to solve the problem. It is must for the learners when they get involved in the simulation learning that they have to participate in the teaching learning process. They can't be remain as a passive learner. As far as the instructor is or a teacher is concerned, the instructor has to outline or define the parameters to create a safe learning environment in the simulation learning. Then there are many steps of simulation learning. When we adopt the simulation learning methodology, first one is identify the need or the problem. Next one is research the need or problem. Third one is develop possible solutions. Then select the best possible solution among the developed different solutions. Then construct a prototype. Then test and evaluate the solution. Then communicate the solution and redefine it. Actually, I'm from the field of College of Teacher Education, BS. So if we take these steps, then we can give the example of practice teaching, where we actually identify what is the problem of the students. Then we research the need of the problem. Then we developed a possible solution, that what plan we have to adopt to give the training to the pupil teachers to how they can develop the needed skills which are needed to teach in the classroom. Then by selecting the possible solutions, we develop a lesson plan. Then we test and evaluate the solution in the classroom. Then we communicate and give the suggestions to the students. And if they are behind in any or lacking in any skill, then we try to refine that skill. These are the some steps. Then the next one is there are some characteristics of simulation learning. Actually simulation learning it is a method which is generally and carried out in group situations. Then it is happened or can be hypothetical, and actually it is mimic real life situation and highly relatable. Then this method is it needs reflective outlook. It is very much important, and it is very nice characteristic of this simulation learning methodology, that it develops the outlook, reflective outlook among the students after performing their activity, after involving in the teaching learning process. By adopting the simulation method, they have to know that what they have did and what they will do it. Then the next one is it is the computer driven, and it is a pre-delimited, it is already planned, and it tests the knowledge and skill level of the learner by placing them in the real life situation. Then there are some types of simulation learning. These are the 4 types of simulation learning, that is live simulation, virtual simulation, system simulation, and immersive simulation. As far as live simulation is concerned, live, it means that it includes real people and equipment who interact in real world environmental setting. For example, if we want to teach the students that how the firefighter training is given to the firefighters, then how the military training is given to the soldiers. Then when we show them it can be a live simulation learning. And if students acting as a leader and contesting elections, then it is also then or another example we can take that acting as a if students are acting as a seller and buyer of the fruits or vegetables, it may be this type of simulation learning. Then second one is virtual simulation. Virtual, it means that the term virtual itself depicts the meaning of it, that it virtual simulation involves a simulated pupil and the equipment in a computer based actually it is computer based simulation, and it carries out in the simulated time, which gives a chance to the learner to proactive specific activities, that it is activities are fixed. If we take the example of virtual simulation, that it may be take as a training given to the pilot. Okay, that is virtually simulated, and they have to perform their training. Then system simulation. System simulation actually it is related to the system, and actually it is related to the mechanism system as we pronounce the term system. System simulation is a type which allows one to understand system and actually the relationship between.
Sum up.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, there is no need to give the examples. Okay, immersive simulation. Then immersive after immersive simulation. Then the next one is these are the different advantages of the simulation, which gives confidence to the teacher and his students. It applies the theory knowledge in the practical opportunity to students to analyze critically and understand the actual problem, then develop skills, social skill and manners. Self-monitoring is very much important in it. And then some disadvantages also there, such as impact. It also regarding the impact of the seriousness of the learner requires supervision. Without supervision, simulation learning is very harmful and not possible to carry out. Then lack of emphasis and not true perspective, it may be. Then the role of teacher is very much important. Then teachers content knowledge, teaching skills, abilities, actually it impact in a positive or negative way on the monitoring process. Then interpersonal skill from the teacher side is also very important. Good working knowledge of the teacher methodology is also very much needed from the teacher side. Then effective communication. Teacher must have effective communication. Apart from positive attitude, must be there to appreciate the learner's creativity, skill, talent, or performance, and we have to motivate them. Then mentoring or supervision is a collaborative learning. Then not only teacher has to give the suggestions, but she also or he also has to accept the suggestions given by the students. These are the some references which I have given here. And as far as the conclusion of the this paper is that objective of this method is to relieve stress, pressure, and overcome from the psychological barriers which that can lead to far rapid learning or acquisition of the knowledge. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Here I'm going to stop my presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, our next presenter for the session, Ms. Shilpa Rathore, ma'am, research scholar, MLB Girls Autonomous College. Shilpa, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, now you can start to share your screen. And meanwhile, our next presenter, just be ready with your presentation, Ms. Neha Nagpal, ma'am. Neha, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Shilpa, ma'am, please unmute yourself. Shilpa, ma'am, you are not audible. Please unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I am audible?
Now you are audible.
Okay. Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Good morning to all the participants who are present in this conference, and thanks to Sant Hirdaram Girls College to organize this international conference and give opportunity to us to present our paper here. I am Shilpa Rathore, from research scholar from Barkatullah University, Bhopal, under the guidance of Dr. Abha Tenguria ma'am, HOD of Mathematical Departments of MLB Girls College. Here I am presenting my paper on the topic of fixed point result in manger space with EA property, which was published in the publication Journal of Computer and Mathematical Science in the year 2018. Abstract, in this paper I have proved fixed point result in manger space with EA property for single and multi-valued map. Some keywords which are used in my paper, that is manger space, metric space, EA property, JSR mapping, probabilistic metric space. Introduction. Fixed point theory is actually a result which states that a function f from x into itself, that is f of x is equal to x. Such results are most generally useful and applicable not only in mathematics but also in other fields. Like similarly, metric space, if some generalization of metric space, out of one generalization is manger space. It was introduced by Manger in year 1942. In manger space, we use distribution function in the place of non-negative real number as the value of matrix. The notion of probability metric space corresponds to the situation when exactly the distance between 2 points is not known, but probabilities of these distance are known. But in the metric space, we know the distance of two elements. Here, some definition which I used in my paper, that is probability space, manger space, EA property, or JSR mapping. Now, probability space, let X be the non-empty set and L denote the set of all distribution function. A probability space is an ordered pair XF where F such that X cross X tends to L. Then F is called probability space if it's follow the following condition: first, second, third, and fourth. Here some other definition: T norms, a mapping del such that 0 1 cross 0 1 tends to 0 1 is called T norm if the following conditions are satisfied. Now manger space, manger is probability space is the triplet X, F, and del, where XF is probability metric space and del is T norm. T norm with the following condition: f of PR T plus S is greater than equal to del f of PR T f PRS for all the PQR belongs to X. EA property is the property which I used in my paper, that is let X F del be a manger space mapping F G such that X tends to X are said to satisfy the property EA if there exists a sequence Xn in X such that limit n tends to Fxn is equals to limit n tends to infinity, Gxn is equals to Z belongs to here X. Let now we take more than two function F, G, S, and capital G. If they satisfied the above condition, they also said property satisfy the property EA. JSR mapping, let X, F, del be a manger space, let F and G be two self-map of manger space. The pair FG is said to be JSR mapping if and only if new F of G Xn G Xn is greater than equal to new F of Xn F of Xn, where new limit supremum or limit infimum and Xn is a sequence in X such that For proving this, I give an example. Let x is equals to 0, 1 with distance of xy is equals to mod of x minus y, and f g are two self-mapping on x defined by f of x is equals to 2 upon x plus 2.
Ma'am, please call to result and conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, main result, the statement of my theorem is, if we take a Manger space x, f, del and do the mapping fg such that x tends to x and sg such that x tends to cbx at that following condition are satisfied, then we find a point that is common for all the function f, g, s and g. First, fs and g satisfy the common property ea. Fx and gx are closed pair. Fx is JSR mapping and the pair GG is JSR mapping. For mathematical induction, I have proved my theorem also, and we find out U is the common fixed point for the function f, g, s, and g also. Conclusion: EA property play vital role in the existence of common fixed point for hybrid pair of single valued and multi-valued map under hybrid contactive condition in Manger space. Here, JSR mapping more generalization than other non-commutative mapping for hybrid pair. Fixed point here, fixed point strategy for static industries. Right after the 19th century, the fixed point theory was inducted and importance of its application is growing day by day. The theory is one of the most powerful tools of modern mathematics. Fixed point theorem are applied in various fields like engineering, physics, chemistry, economics, game theory, medical science, etc. For proving the existence and uniqueness of solution to various mathematical models representing arising in different fields such as steady state, temperature distribution, chemical reaction, neutron transfer theory, etc. These approaches is especially useful in dealing with certain problems, control system, and theory of elasticity. The fundamental concept of equilibrium or stability can be described in terms of fixed point, which occur in many fields. For example, in economics, Nash equilibrium of a game is a fixed point of the game's best response correspond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a nice presentation. Now, our next presenter for the session is Neha Nagpal, ma'am, from Sant Hirdaram Institute of Management.
Akansha, how many presentations are left now?
Ma'am, around 4 presentations are left. Only 4.
After Neha?
Yes, ma'am. After Neha. Neha, ma'am, now you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can share your screen now.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please put it in a presentation mode. And ma'am, it's a request, kindly focus on the methodology and the result and the conclusion part.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Currently, there is a wide. Firstly, I would like to give a short introduction about my topic, that is social media, that is paving the path to future. Currently, there is a wide gap between the acquired knowledge and the required knowledge in India. Students acquire qualification but find it very difficult to acquire the employment because the expectations and the aspiration of the employees are different from that of the education institutions. The educational institutions in generally emphasize more on imparting the theoretical inputs and knowledge to the students, which is far away from the expectation of the employers. Secondly, there exists a mismatch between the expectation of the industry and availability in academia. It must be bridged unlessly and immediately. Rapid pace of change in the outside business environment and advanced technology must bring both academic and industry together to bridge the gap. As we are all aware that the use of social media has increased continuously in the recent times. It has proved to be a boon for bridging the gap between the academia and industry. As Benjamin Franklin rightly said, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn." Now, there are some literature review.
Ma'am, your PPT is not scrolling down.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please wait for a second.
Yeah. You can stop sharing, then start.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Vibha ma'am, you are next, or you can.
Yes, Akansha.
After Neha ma'am. Neha ma'am, if you are facing any technical problem, you can present after Vibha ma'am.
I think we should proceed with Vibha ma'am.
Okay.
If Neha ma'am is having problem.
Neha ma'am is presenting now.
Okay.
Neha ma'am, now you can press F5 for full screen presentation. Press F5 only.
Ma'am, I think we should proceed with Vibha ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Vibha ma'am, now you can start. Share your screen.
Yes, Akansha. So I'm
Thank you so
starting
much,
with
ma'am.
I'm presenting my screen. Is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Taking from the beginning, slideshow. Okay. So, yes, my paper is on study on the production and utilization of soy products in India, reflecting the gap between academia and industry. So basically, it's a review article, and I have taken the methodology of historical methodology for this. And this paper is, my co-author is Babita Goswami, my colleague from Food and Nutrition Department. So first of all, that we all know that the soya bean is called the king of beans because of number of nutrients present in it, quantity and quality present in it. The protein of this soya bean is very good quality. Because of that, the soya bean is called the king of beans. So and several other flavonoids are present in it, Several antioxidants are present in it. Because of that, these days it is called that soya bean is one of the best legume to be used. So if we see the scenario, if we see the nutrients, here are the nutrients given, that protein is 40% in it, carbohydrates are 30%, and not even that it is 40%, it is of good quality, because all the 9 essential amino acids जिनसे कि हम measure करते हैं कि how the protein is, all are present in it. So this is called one of the good protein. So protein is present, carbohydrate is 30%, fibers are also present, on which these days a lot of focus is there. And apart from these, this lecithin and saponin, which are called the functional nutrients, they are also present there. Several antioxidants are present, although in a very less amount, but we all know that these antioxidants are cancer protective nutrients. So these all make the soya bean a wonder product. And we can see that how many products are available in the market theoretically. And if we'll see so when I am going to when I went through all the papers presented on this topic, I narrowed down my this review, and that how much that's national soybean scenario, that how much soybean is actually going to be produced in MP. So we can see that how much hectare area is involved in MP, and it is the first, it is the largest soybean producing state in the India. So we can see that MP, and the second one is the Maharashtra. So we are using the most, wide area, like 59.32 lakh hectare area is utilized, and average production is about 54.99 lakh tons in Madhya Pradesh. But if we see the usage of it is quite less. We can see the districts which are producing the soybean in Madhya Pradesh. We can see that Ujjain, Sihor, they all are near to Bhopal. Or we can see almost all the Madhya Pradesh is involved for producing the soya beans. So, but if we see the usage, how many of us are using the soya bean actually? And if we'll see the academic side, that several national agencies are working in the field of soya bean production and processing. Both, we can see that ICAR, Indian Institute of Soya Bean Research, is working in this field. SSRD, that is Society for Soya Bean Research and Development, is working in this field. IISR is Indian Institute for Soya Bean Research. So all these institutions are working. I would like to draw your attention to this PEPIAD project, because this was a project which was the private public partnership project. So here the funding agency was Archer Daniel Midland Company, and Department of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra has collaborated with it, and this project was running in Maharashtra for doing the research.
I'm just interrupting you in between. You must be like telling about that these agencies are working in the area, but I'm sure this is not the full form of the abbreviations, because IISSR's full form is okay, but ICAR is, so far I know, is the Agriculture Research.
Indian Council for Agricultural Research.
Yeah. So under this, they are doing for soya bean, and that's what. Okay.
And it is a part of ICAR, one branch of it, which is Indian Institute for Soya Bean Research. It's a part of ICAR.
Okay, thank you.
It's not abbreviation. Yeah,
that's what I was.
Part of agencies which are working for the soya.
Yes.
So this is how these all agencies are working for the academia basically. But if we see the utilization part, a study was conducted by the Dupre BU et al. In Madhya Pradesh only, and in the Indore district only. It shows the scenario of the soya bean utilization in Madhya Pradesh, in all over the Madhya Pradesh, because it was a pilot study, but there are several other studies which show the same results. We can see that it's if we see the awareness about the nutritional and nutraceutical aspects of soya bean, there are people who know about it, but if we see the utilization, we can see, we can see, if we see the utilization part, we can see that very less people are there who are using, like soya flour, only 24 people out of 200 using the soya flour. That's the 12% of the total data. here in the awareness, we can see that the 179 people, that is 89.5% of total people who involved in the survey, know about all the nutritional qualities and nutraceutical aspects of soya bean, but very less are there who are using. So we can say that probably the production is not of that much. Probably the produce who are which the companies are producing is not reaching till the consumer actually, but that is also analyzed in several papers, and I have compiled them in a table, that the personal, educational and social constraints, what are there which are making them less utilized product. So we can see that disliking the taste is one of the major personal constraint, and beanie flavor of soya bean, that is also low shelf life is also one of the constraints. And if we see the educational constraints, very less people know about the soya processing. Here I want to tell all the gentry who is present today that the soya bean need a processing, a very important processing, which inhibit the or which deactivate the trypsin inhibitor, which is required to use the soya bean. It is found in several studies that these rural areas, they are using the soya bean directly from the farm to the their kitchen, but it is not right. It should be treated with the heat, then only it can be utilized in our body. Then only that protein can be utilized. Some social constants are also like if 6 members are in the family, 2 are liking, 4 are not liking. 2 are which 2 are liking, they are also in a position not to say that no, use this much. So these all we can see here. Many issues are there, like gender issues are also there, like women wants to use but they cannot. So this is how the total utilization of soya bean is very less in Madhya Pradesh in comparison to production, how much it is produced. So we all know that the supply is always dependent on the demand. So demand is not there, so supply is also less, or as madam was saying earlier, that murgi pehle aayi ki anda pehle aaya, demand pehle aaye ki supply pehle aaye. So this is still in debatable situation. Now we can see the conclusion that even if this crop is very popular of Kharif cycle, but it is no longer appeared remunerative, because still 85% of this crop is used for the animal feed and for extracting the oil. It's not being used for producing the other products like tofu, like fermented soya products, and because of this it is not utilized in every household. And soya bean has great potential. We have seen the nutritive value. So soya bean has a great potential as an exceptionally high protein for the vegetarians, because in India most of the people are vegetarian, and the other plant protein has less essential amino acids. Because of that, this malnutrition problem is also striking us, especially in Madhya Pradesh. So we can see the contrast. And this I want to draw the attention that this is the gap between the academia and the industry, that being the largest producing state, even if that we are the largest producing state, the malnutrition is highest in Madhya Pradesh out of all the states in India. So if we will concentrate more for the industry, for this entrepreneur, and in the Vision 2030, ICAR has underlined that technological gaps for their redressal through innovative research approaches is required. And we all know that the whole point of these type of activities, like we are having this international conference, is to draw the attention of the people so that the researchers can become the socially useful or social utility point should come. So thank you so very much for.
Thank you so much, Vibha ma'am. It was a really wonderful PowerPoint presentation and very well explained. So now our next presenter, Ms. Neha Nagpal ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now you can start.
Hello everyone, this is Professor Neha Nagpal from Sant Hirdaram Institute of Management, and my topic is social media paving the path to future. Firstly, I would like to give a short introduction about my topic. Currently, there is a wide gap between the acquired knowledge and the required knowledge in India. Students acquire qualification, but they find difficult to acquire employment. Both the expectation and aspiration of the employers are different from that of the education institutions. The educational institutions in general emphasize more on imparting theoretical inputs and knowledge to the students, which is far away from the expectations of the employers. There exists a mismatch between the expectations of the industry and availability in academia. It must be bridged earnestly and immediately. Rapid pace of change in the outside business environment and the advanced technology must bring both academic and industry to bridge the gap. As we are all aware that the use of social media has increased continuously in the recent times. It has proved to be a boon for bridging the gap between the academia and industry. As Benjamin Franklin rightly said, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn. Now, a second slide, that is the literature review. As you can see that Rishika D, she has presented in the year 2021, and she has analyzed the gap between the industry and academia, that the changes can be made for better learning to students from the institution and only. There are certain, we can say, an academic degree alone to developing the soft skills like new learning, which is beyond the reading books. Skills are disruptive ideas, critical thinking, and innovative methods of problem solving as the main thrust, which is making industries more competitive. According to our next author, have examined the role of social media as an open learning tool in the field of education. And nextly, he said that there are various platforms and the most popular among the student committee, and they provide opportunities for the online learning where you can easily communicate, interact, and collaborate with each other. According to Linkage 2017, they have studied that there exists a mismatch between the expectation of the industry and availability in academia. Rapid pace of change in the outside business environment and the advanced technology must bring both the academic and industry together to bridge the gap. Now, the next slide, the research methodology. There are certain objectives of my study. That is, first one, to encourage industry interaction with academia, to study the gap between expectation from industrial land and the actual reality from academia, and to emphasize more on skill-based education, that is, play a very important role. And last but not the least, to encourage workplace exposure through internships, live projects, and corporate interactions. Next one, ma'am. Now, the major and the most important, that how social media can bring...
Ma'am, can you please go back to the previous slide?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. You have mentioned your research methodology. So after objectives, you have not mentioned any method.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and first of all, it is not research methodology. Even you can put it as a research design. Under research design, you highlight the objectives, and then the subsequent, कुछ तो methodology लिया होगा आपने, secondary data लिया होगा, तो वो सब आपने नहीं दिया है, तो ये थोड़ा सा मतलब इसको correct कर लीजिएगा आगे के.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I will work on it.
या तो फिर आप objectives लिखो, research methodology लिखो ही मत, है ना?
Yes,
या फिर आप research methodology लिख रहे हो तो फिर research objectives के बाद research design लिखिए. So then, if your paper more or less, which I can make it out from your objective, is that it is based on secondary data, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, ma'am. It is based on the secondary data.
प्राइमरी नहीं है, तो उसमें आप ये कह सकते हैं कि प्योरली सेकेंडरी डेटा पर बेस्ड रिसर्च है, और it is, if like I can make it out, it is entirely descriptive research, which is
Yes,
fundamental.
ma'am.
So that you have to mention if you're writing this research methodology.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. The next one, that how social media can bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. Actually, social media has encouraged industry interaction with the academia, which has helped in creating better environment for both. Social media has provided the academic sector with huge opportunities to learn, to relearn and unlearn according to the recent demand. Social media has immensely helped the students as well as the faculty to polish their hard skills as well as their soft skills. Social media helped the academic sector to keep herself updated as per the need of an hour. Even in the COVID era, social media proved to be a huge support system for imparting learning and knowledge to the academia. The communication gap between the industry and academic is decreasingly gradually through the intervention of the social media. Social media has also created a virtual environment which has helped both the industry and the academia to identify their shortfalls and work accordingly to overcome in the real world. Nextly, students have also understand that there is permanent employability, not permanent employment in the real world. They should utilize the reach of social media in order to upgrade themselves accordingly. Now, the conclusion. Building the trained and talented human power is key to India's economic growth. There is an urgent need to recalibrate the human capital in India, as no country can progress without it. It is always the man behind the machine that counts, not the machines behind the man. The outreach of social media is so enormous that it can do wonders in the time to come and create a prosperous and fruitful relationship between the industry and academia. Next, there are some scope. Study can be further done on the primary data. Comparative study can be done on the demographic factors. Next, ma'am. There are some references. That's it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Neha, ma'am. So, moving further with our next presenter, Dr. Rana Saeed, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there? Rana, ma'am?
Ji, ma'am.
Okay. Now you can start.
Akansha, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
May I start, madam?
Yes, you can start. Ma'am, you are saying something?
Akansha, I think Sangeeta ma'am wants to speak something.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can wait and first have her remarks.
Rana, ma'am, wait for a sec.
Okay.
What happened, Akansha?
Ma'am, I'm calling her.
Okay. We'll be waiting.
Respected ma'am, Dalima ma'am, can we proceed the presentation of Dr. Rana?
Ji, ma'am.
If ma'am is not connected, then we can proceed.
May I start?
Yeah, Dr. Rana.
Madam, may I start?
Yeah, I think you can start.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to present my research paper. My topic is role of education in developing soft skills. My screen is appearing.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
First of all, I will present my introduction of this topic. Education is part and parcel of human life. Everybody knows that. And हम लोगों को मालूम है कि एजुकेशन जो है वो हमारी जिंदगी का पार्ट एंड पार्सल है, जरूरी हिस्सा है. लेकिन हम लोग ये समझते हैं कि एजुकेशन जो है वो अपनी नॉलेज को बच्चों के अंदर डाल देना है, बच्चों को एक खाली बर्तन समझ लेना है, बच्चों को एक यानी टेब्यूलर ऐसा समझ लेना, क्लीन स्लेट समझ लेना. लेकिन एजुकेशन का मतलब ये है कि ये जो लैटिन वर्ड से आया है, इसका मतलब है कि उनके अंदर छुपी हुई जो क्वालिटीज हैं, जो टैलेंट्स हैं, यानी लेटेंट कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, उनको बाहर लाना. और ये लैटिन वर्ड से लिया गया है, जिसका मतलब है कि आई ट्रेन, आई लीड फोर्थ, आई टेक आउट, आई रेज अप वगैरह वगैरह. तो जब उनके अंदर क्वालिटीज हैं, उनके अंदर स्किल्स हैं, एवरीबडी हैज स्किल्स, हर बच्चे के अंदर स्किल्स होती हैं, तो हमें उनकी स्किल्स को बाहर लाना है. और स्किल्स भी दो तरह की होती हैं, हार्ड स्किल्स और सॉफ्ट स्किल्स. मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो सॉफ्ट स्किल्स पर है कि सॉफ्ट स्किल्स में को प्रमोट करने में, डेवलप करने में एजुकेशन का क्या रोल है. Today, the goals of education increasingly encompass new ideas such as the liberation of learners, skill needed for modern society, empathy, and complex vocational skills. होती क्या है सॉफ्ट स्किल्स, थोड़ा सा इसको समझ लें. Soft skills can be broadly defined as the ability to communicate in both spoken and written form, as well as the ability to interact with fellow employees in a positive manner. Soft skills are intended to develop the personality and communication among certain individuals, such as doctors, engineers, teachers, employees, and also IT professionals. For example, if a doctor commits mistake, a patient dies. An engineer commits mistake, a structure may collapse. If a teacher commits a mistake, generation will spoil. किसी ने कहा कि अगर एक कातिल जो है किसी को कत्ल कर देता है तो वो एक ही आदमी का कत्ल होता है. लेकिन अगर एक टीचर अच्छे से प्रेजेंट नहीं करता बच्चों को, बच्चों में स्किल्स को डेवलप नहीं कर पाता, बच्चों को सही नॉलेज नहीं दे पाता, या उनके अंदर छुपी हुई लेटेंट कैपेबिलिटीज को बाहर नहीं ला पाता, तो वो पूरी जनरेशन का कत्ल करता है. तो वो एक कत्ल करने वाले से बड़ा कातिल होता है टीचर, ये किसी ने कहा. अब हम ये देखेंगे कि क्योंकि सॉफ्ट स्किल्स जो है उस पे हमारी गवर्नमेंट भी ध्यान दे रही है, उसमें क्या इनिशिएटिव, क्या इकदाम लिए हैं. तो रिकॉग्नाइजिंग द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट, द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज क्रिएटेड द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, youth affairs and sports in November 2014, and they are working with other ministries in the government and harmonize the skill development activities across all these ministries. Keeping in view of this problem, Government of India launched Skill India scheme. Skill India, Make in India, Digital India. Skill India scheme is an initiative to improve the mental and physical development of youths so that the unemployment problem could be reduced. Skill India scheme was launched by the Prime Minister of India in March 2015. ये जो हमारे टॉपिक की जान है या सोल है कहें कि what is the role of education in skill development? Education is considered an important component of social sectors. Educational expenditure is considered as an investment, so it acts as an input for the human capital. It raises the level of skill and therefore productivity of worker, and thus contributes to economic growth and development of India. In India, more than 12 million youths are expected to enter India's labor force every year for the next 2 decades. The government's skill gap analysis concluded that in India, more than 700 million are estimated to be of working age by 2022. Out of these, more than 600 million require some kind of vocational and skill development training. Conclusion, ये मैंने conclude किया है अपने टॉपिक को इस तरह से कि Indian economy is widely expected to grow at sustained high rates over the next few decades and emerge as the second largest economy by 2050. India is slated to have one of the youngest population with the bulk of the population figuring in the working age. However, in order to utilize the demographic dividend effectively, India needs to impart, educate, and appropriate skills to its workforce. Importance of soft skills in today's global environment can be further emphasized. A survey on technological innovation, aging labor forces, and effective use of human resource conducted in Japan emphasizes that a worker will be required not only to perform a complex job, compounding several tasks, programming, maintenance, monitoring, and operation. He or she will be required in addition to possess logical, mental power, problem-solving ability, and adaptability to go through the changes. Such an all-round worker would be equipped widely varied skills and technical knowledge. Educational institutions should do good job focusing on other aspects of educational essential to preparing learners for entering the workforce. Educators not only promise to pay attention to developing, but sufficiently try to develop. We need to equip students with skill, knowledge, and empathy. School and other educational institutions should provide 21st century skills, global competencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, next presenter, Sheikh Yasmeen Mohammed. Yasmeen, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Actually, I am unable to share my screen.
Ma'am, can you share your presentation on SHGC
Yes,
RFI group so that we can share your presentation?
I haven't share my PPT. Can I share now?
Ma'am, Rana, ma'am, I guess your presentation is still on the screen. Rana, ma'am, please stop sharing your screen so that another presenter can share it.
Okay, madam, okay.
That's the problem.
Now you can share, I guess.
Okay, ma'am. Still, I am unable to share.
Ma'am, then you can share your presentation with us. At our end, we can share your presentation.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Ma'am, can you share your presentation on SHGC RFI group so that I can present your paper? If you are easy to.
Or can I share to Shanno ma'am? Because I have concern with her.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
can
ma'am.
I
Okay,
share
ma'am.
with her?
Okay.
For a moment. Okay.
Meanwhile, Afroz ma'am, just be ready with the presentation. And if you find any difficulty, just convey on the group so that we can help you out with the presentation of the sharing part.
Okay, ma'am. No issues.
नहीं मोबाइल से नहीं मैं इससे कनेक्ट करके बैठी wait. I have sent it to Shalom ma'am. If it is possible, ma'am, please share.
Yes, ma'am. Madhu ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes, Akansha.
Yes, correct, correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you, all the dignitaries. Dr. Dalima ma'am, principal of Sant Hirdaram Girls College and RFI, who is giving me opportunity to present my paper. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am, you are completely.
Yes, yes. So, I am Dr. Sheikh Yasmin Mahmood, Assistant Professor, Contractual Basis, Manu, CTE, Aurangabad. And my topic is a role of educational institution in development of education, language, and soft skill building in higher education. Wait a minute. Yes, introduction. We can see that before I'm going to proceed for introduction, I would like to share the purpose of my article is that I have to discuss the importance of soft skill in the context of higher education and in the context of language learning in education institution. It also provides the ways of including soft skill instructions in the context of higher education. We can see that in 21st century, we see that everyone having the talent, but the most important thing for the development or for the success in life, success in career, we have to some skills. We have the skills as the instrument for the fighting in the competitive era. After getting higher education, language and soft skills are considered an important differentiating factor, which is achieve our job in position and success in life. Besides the knowledge hum to lete hain, but with that we have the skills which is related to our professional. So-called soft skills are the essential for the future development. According to SIMATI, soft skills are those skills that are not related directly to a specific task fulfilled at work, but are linked with the job in general and concern relationship with the people who are your colleagues or the clients. The teaching and learning process in educational institutions of higher learning should be capable to provide such knowledge and skill to future graduates. We can see that the educational institution is a very important role in today's era, because they are providing. We can say that the educational institution is a factory who are developed the professionals who are developed the young brigade. So in that we see that for making young brigade fully developed, educational institution should set a curriculum and syllabus on the basis of practical activities, formal teaching and learning activities, which we can see that the curricular and co-curricular activities. With the help of that, we can develop the student as and professionals. We can see that the language and education are the interrelated. Vygotsky said that he writes that the children solve the practical tasks with the help of their speech as well as their eyes and hands. He also described that the speech is an extension of intelligence and thought, a way to interact with one's environment beyond the physical limitation. The most significant moment in the course when the speech and the practical activity two positively completely independent line of development and the coverage. We can see that this permits them to consider the consequences of action before we are performing in this world. We can see that the language, which is considering the speaking, listening, and writing, it is a process. It is a link to a thinking process and a manifestation of thinking that is taking place. We see that the soft skill is a vital for personal development, social participation, and workplace success. These skills can also influence our ability to navigate through life successful and effectively. Soft skills can be efficiently taught at university institution if integrated into the curricula and syllabus. Soft skills are like interpersonal skills, public speaking, leadership, conflict management, decision making, time management, stress management. These all soft skill which is required for the professional person who is entering into the career, who want to success in their career. He has to be developed, he has to be practiced, he has to be overcome these soft skills until and unless he is not benefited from this. Means if the person having the soft skill, it benefited them as an increase their confidence, managing and developing self task, better performance in interviews, better work performance, ability to apply numeracy, and increase the emotional intelligence, autonomy, and holistic growth. I think it is a very necessary to develop both the language and soft skill because they are just as an important for the graduate future career. We can see here. Please, ma'am, proceed for the next slide. Educational institution of higher learning plays a very important role to produce a human capital that is highly knowledgeable and skillful to meet the demand and expectation of nation. Institutions provide a venue, opportunity for the developing the soft skill with education. It embedded in a different academic courses. With this, some credit courses also like to share by the educational institution, like a business communication, team building, management communication, effective communication, problem solving, and strategies. These are the institutions are provided with their courses and their syllabus. But while this process is going on, there are some obstacles which is mentioned by the Alicia Mediva. She tells that she proposed that a lack of unified typology of soft skill. It is a barrier. It is an obstacle in the development of soft skill. With that, she also stated that the differences in understanding of importance of developing soft skill between student, higher education professionals, and the employers. The third one is unavailability and the lack of focus of higher education institution on the development of students' soft skill. And with the lack of valid methodology for the development of soft skills. These are the obstacles, these are the barriers which is come in front of developing the soft skill in higher education. We can see that the relationship of language education and soft skill. Soft skill represent a fundamental skill set in the world of education. We see that in recent year there has been a growing attention on the part of educational institution and universities towards the soft skill, considering as an asset for the student. We see that the Oecd, that is OECD, Future of Education and Skill 2030, in their report in 2019, they are highlighted on the growing the importance of soft skill in the education due to the trend such as globalization and rapid advancement in technology and artificial intelligence, which demanded the labor market and skilled future workers required the order to succeed. It says that to remain competitive worker will need to acquire new skill continuously and which require the flexibility, positive attitude towards the law of long life learning and the courtesy. We see that the soft skill education and language are interrelated. How we see that in the teamwork, in the conflict management, in the time management, creative thinking, these all the variables are interrelated, which they are reflecting to each other. We see that the speaking, writing, reading. These inputs and outputs are the communication variables. After getting this skill, we are able to present our capabilities. We are able to show our potential to the nation, or to the word of the profession. We see that with the help of curriculum and instructional, professional development will happen. We see that the four C's, like a critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. These are the career skills which make our career successful. With that, I'm going to conclude my topic, that the importance of a future graduate to master both the language as well as a setback to a lot of potential development and advancement of the country. This is a good time to reorient the curriculum of higher institution to embed the communicative skills. We need to explicitly evaluate the communication, not just in English language or with the other language, and again not on a basic level, but the explicitly, while also providing the actionable feedback to the student. Outdated technology and the curriculum should be replaced by the 21st century curriculum needed. Today's world needed practical based education, besides the textbook theory based knowledge. So it should be changed by the educational institution or the universities. Educational institutions should be overlook their objectives, teaching strategies, training method, increase research studies, curriculum. With that, I also added the trained teacher, which is required for today's era. Therefore, we can also different approaches model. We can removing or decreasing the obstacle in between the soft skill and the language development in the system of higher education by the educational institution. With trained teachers should be recruited in an educational institution. With that, I would like to thank to all, and that was it for my end. Yes, Akanksha ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, we are headed with the next valedictory session. Before that, I would like to invite Dalima ma'am for summarize the this technical session, because Sangeeta ma'am, she has joined with the registrar in the meeting. So she called me and told me that could you please tell Dalima ma'am on behalf of me to summarize. So I extend my gratitude to Dalima ma'am to please come over and summarize.
Yes, done for the presentation.
Actually, because we are having the short of time, we have to head towards the valedictory session. So rest of the presenters who are left, we can take in afterwards.
Okay, no issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, before that, on this technical session, we have the education thing on our technical session. So it the exposure or the bandwidth is so wide that as the topic suggested, the strengthening of industry and academia linkages. So this topic is so wide that it can be practical or implicated in the many fields and any fields that we are working on. As the part of the educationist, we should have focus-oriented curriculum. So, as we are towards the valedictory session, so I would like to invite Professor Madhu Singh ma'am. to take in over this platform, and she'll be the moderator for the valedictory session. To you, Professor Madhu Singh ma'am. Thank you very much to all the presenters, and thank you, Sangeeta ma'am, to be the part of this technical session. Thank you.
Thank you, Akansha. Vande Mataram, everyone. A very good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Sant Hirdaram Girls College, Bhopal, I, Professor Madhu Singh, Head of Computer Science Department, take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries, guests, faculty members, researchers, and students in the valedictory session of International Virtual Conference on Strategies for Strengthening Industry-Academia Linkage, Practicability, and Implication, in association with Research Foundation of India, World Federation of Science and Technology, International Research Guide Federation, Academic Research Guide Association for their valuable inputs, guidance, and association with us. RFI is internationally recognized, globally operating multidisciplinary professional research and development association. The basic objective behind this conference is to examine the objectives, challenges, and best practices of academy-industry linkages. Studies have shown the benefits of industry-academia collaboration for students, faculty, and industry partners. In these 2 days conference, we have received many research papers based on sub-themes like academia-industry partnership, the changing dynamics of academia and industry collaboration for research and innovation, case study on various industry-academia partnership, and many more across the globe. Moving ahead with the valedictory session, we have eminent personalities with us as international guest speaker, resource person, chairperson, and keynote speaker from across the globe. We welcome all the dignitaries in this virtual gathering. Head Department of Biotechnology, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to give the brief report of the conference. Over to Shazia ma'am.
Greetings from Sant Hirdaram Girls College to all these esteemed participants. I, Professor Shazia Khan, Head Department of Biotechnology and Organizing Secretary of this conference, welcome all the delegates, participants from all over the world, management staff, faculty members of Research Foundation of India and Sant Hirdaram Girls College in the valedictory session of 2 days international conference on strategies for strengthening industry-academia linkage, practicability, and implications. I am here to share the conference report with you all, with the blessings of Reverend Sid Bhauji, motivation of Vice President Shahid Ahmed Kalani Educational Society, Shri Hero Gyamchandani, guidance Principal Dr. Dalima Parwani, the Internal Quality Assurance Cells, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, in association with Research Foundation of India and RFI-CARE, organized 2-day international conference on the theme, which is also need of the moment, strategies for strengthening industry-academia linkage, practicability, and implications. Realizing the crucial requirement of industry-academia collaboration in higher education institutions to generate technically skilled workforce and to promote industry-oriented research, the conference was pre-mediated. Sant Hirdaram Girls College, Bhopal collaborated with Research Foundation of India for this conference, as the mission of RFI is to improve the quality and standard of higher education by organizing various training programs, conferences, seminars for academicians, which is similar to the mission of Sant Hirdaram Girls College. RFI, which is working on the vision of integration of intellectual ideas across the globe to fulfill the thirst of innovation of humanity, gave the conference an international platform. We are grateful to Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, RFI, and Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD, RFI, for accepting our proposal. Delegates from all over the world have participated in this conference. More than 100 people registered for this conference, including professors, associate professors, and assistant professors of various eminent organizations. We have received numerous research papers. The papers which were relevant with the conference theme were scrutinized by the research committee for presentation in the technical sessions. The conference has also given the opportunity to the academicians and research scholars to publish their full-length research papers or book chapters in international peer-reviewed and UGC CARE journals. The international conference was planned and executed under the leadership of Principal Dr. Dalima Parvani, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, with the help of authorities of Research Foundation of India. Dr. Gunjan Shukla, Head Department of Management, Vanessa University, was the event convener of this conference. She is also Zonal Coordinator of RFI. Dr. Sunila Chobe, Coordinator, IQAC, and Head Department of Education, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, was the convener, and Professor Madhu Singh, Head Department of Computer Science, was the co-convener of this conference. The conference started with the inaugural session, where Dr. Gunjan Shukla, event convener, welcomed the gathering and gave introduction of RFI and its board of members, followed by the welcome address of Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO RFI, who congratulated SHGC for organizing conference on such important topic and welcome all the international and national speakers. Dr. Shokumar Gupta, CMG RFI, blessed the occasion with his words of wisdom. Dr. Dalima Parvani, Principal, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, welcomed all the eminent speakers, dignitaries, and participants. She said that innovation and research in higher education institutions boost the economy of any country and also adds to the quality of higher education institutions from NEC perspective. She thanked RFI for their alliance in organization of this international conference. Renowned international and national speakers gave their presentations and speeches during the inaugural session. Dr. Komosto Maslin, globally recognized humanitarian, philanthropist, and women empowerment advocate, raises the issues that affect women empowerment and emphasizes that it should be in collaborative manner, which will bring benefits to the whole society. Dr. Aditi, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Parul Institute of Technology, Parul University, Vadodara, highlighted the need of digitalization, e-commerce, use of technology in distance learning programs to increase employability of the students. Dr. Prateek Ranjan, Scientist, Professor, International Speaker, said that we need to explore the international market, require understanding of the global demands to create workforce which can earn globally. Dr. Sudhakar Umle, former head Mechanical Engineering Department, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai, spoke about the needs of teacher training for the improvement of higher education quality, collaboration of industry, academic institution for curriculum design. Engineer Sonesh Bhadwaj, global motivational speaker, writer, youth mentor, life and business coach, call attention that we are required to understand the difference between acquired knowledge and required knowledge for better placement of students in industries. After these speeches, Dr. Sunila Chobe, convener International Conference, gave vote of thanks to all the esteemed guests. Followed by inaugural session, we moved towards the technical session 1. The chairperson of technical session 1 was Dr. Deepika Agrahar Madam, Principal Scientist, Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering, Bhopal. Total 9 papers were presented in the technical session 1. The technical session 1 ended by the concluding remarks of chairperson. She appreciated the different dimensions of presentations. Day 2 of the conference started with the technical session 2, chaired by Dr. Sangeeta Johari Ma'am, Dean Faculty of Humanities and Liberal Arts, IQAC Coordinator, RNTU Bhopal, who said that it is important to empower teachers to empower students. There should be programs where faculty members get the training from industries, and then they should train students as per the industrial requirement. Value-added courses should be incorporated as a part of curriculum, which helps students learn industrial skills, and there should be impact assessment of every activity organized by the institution for the students to create skilled manpower. Ensuing to this paper presentation initiated, 14 papers were presented in the technical session 2. This international conference gave platform to different academicians, scholars to share their knowledge, ideas, open new vistas for the policymakers, educators, academicians, and researchers to rethink, reanalyze, and research the details that can be implemented in higher education system for better learning and creating entrepreneurs and technically employable workforce, which can contribute in the development of the society in best possible manner. Thank you so much for patient hearing. Over to Professor Madhu Singh for the commencement of valedictory session. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shazia, for briefing the report of the conference. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Our leader is our principal. I would like to invite our young and dynamic personality, Dr. Dalima Parvani, Principal, Sant Hirdaram Girls College, to welcome this virtual gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madhu ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
A hearty good afternoon to all the esteemed chairpersons, keynote speakers, delegates, and participants from all over India and abroad for your pivotal participation in this two-day international conference on strategies for strengthening industry-academia linkage, practicability, and implications. In these 2 days, we all had speckled discourses and discussions on the much obligatory need to bridge the gap between academia, industry, and policymakers. An effective collaboration between academia and industry has the potential of boosting our economy and transforming the fortunes of a country while ensuring growth. When educational institutions of higher learning and industry come together in a working symbiotic relationship, both will find a common ground to meet each other's need and create a substantial and sustainable win-win situation for all. Sadly, there is not much that can be said about the ideal relationship. Academic institutions and industries are performing on their own terms without little or no coordination and collaboration. And as a consequence of that, academia ends up producing graduates and postgraduates or a workforce that industry cannot engage to advance their cause for the common good of all. We all know that industry also on its part cannot produce or manufacture more because they lack the needed workforce to accommodate expansion. And in most cases, the nation bears the consequential losses that results from such a conundrum. Some of the principal factors creating the ever-widening gap between academia and industry includes lack of interactions between the two entities, lecturers or faculty lacking industry exposure, as it was shared by respected Dr. Sangeeta Johri in the previous technical session. And students, after all, lacking employability skills amongst all other factors. So to ensure and promote collaboration between academia, industry, and policymakers, I believe a conscious effort should be made by both the parties and all other stakeholders involved to establish a partnership that focuses on this cause. A partnership center should be built where regular seminars, symposia, conferences should be held to discuss new ideas and innovations for advancement. Industry should be deliberate about making inputs in the design of the curriculum and regularly contribute to reviewing it to reflect industry-required standards. The approach used in assessing students should also be reviewed to reflect what the real working world needs. Faculties should also work on bridging the gap between theory and application by visiting industry with students regularly in order to help them have a hands-on experience. Also, faculty should encourage students' internships and bring live projects from industry into colleges for students to partake in and grow through the process. Bridging the gap between academia and industry is crucial for this worthy cause, and I encourage all the authorities in charge to ensure that resources are made available to make it happen. The managements of the institutions should come forward for all this cause. When we make a headway with this initiative, we will make, as a nation, will produce students who are better prepared for the prospects and challenges ahead. So once again, my sincere gratitudes to all the like-minded contributors and organizers for bringing forward your work, ideas, inputs, so that together we can march forward to bring a realistic change into this contriving current scenario. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for all words of wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. Now we are delighted to share that we have an eminent personality with us as international guest speaker, Ms. Daisy E. Rodriguez, Junior High School SDO, Quezon City Department of Education, Philippines. Licensed professional teacher, graduated Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English at the University of Philippines. Graduated Master of Arts in Education, major in Administration and Supervision. Taking up Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management. Doctoral degree, Senior High School Teacher, Quezon City District, Coordinator, and many more. He published international papers also, international resource speaker with specialization in English, communication, arts and skills, teaching English as a second language, educational management and leadership. Host many events, moderator, local and international, trainers, methodology 1 and 2 holder for events management, certified trainer for event management with excellence award as senior high school teacher award by Lead Philippines, Asia head of IDYM Foundation, excellence award for education awarded by Sutra Events and AB News India. Professional member and resource speaker of Global Institute of Professional, IGB Bangladesh, honorary country head for SK Edupair India, Education Ambassador Philippines for International Internship University. I request you, ma'am, to enrich this session with your great knowledge. Over to you, Daisy, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the generous introduction. So a pleasant afternoon from the Philippines to the ever-supportive coordinator of the Research Foundation of Asia, Dr. Oecd. Thank you for inviting me. And of course, to our distinguished and respective guests, participants, and speakers for today in this international conference on strategies for strengthening industry-academia linkage, practicability, and implications. Indeed, I feel very honored and privileged to be here with you today as one of the speakers. My country, Philippines, is known as beacon of knowledge and excellence. It is also one of the countries that truly claim to be shaping the future of our learners, our students, while preparing the leaders of tomorrow. It is therefore with humility that I present to you my topic for today, titled System Management and Governance, and it has a great impact on our theme, Strategies for Strengthening Industry-Academia Linkage. So allow me to share my screen. Okay, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So as you can see on my screen, the following topics will be discussed for today, and this is entitled System Management and Governance. Okay, so as we begin for today's discussion, I know that you have a lot of ideas on what system management is. Okay, so before that, I would like to give you the essential understanding on the policies and process related to the governance and management of the education system. Okay, first of all, we have the balancing national and local needs and interests, curriculum localization, challenges and opportunities, school-based curriculum development, and the role of supervision and inspection in monitoring the curriculum, which has something to do with our theme for today. So, indeed, this is a very big topic, big word, education management system, because in education, these parts may include strategic and operational planning, human and financial resources, teacher education and accreditation, curriculum evaluation, and student assessment. Same also with the governance. Okay, for the school management system, as we can see, good governance is very significant, very important in education systems. Why? Because it ensures that systems will focus on delivering what is really best for our students and for our society. Governance refers to the ethics of an organization and professionalism. So accordingly, a curriculum development trend has emerged that more genuinely acknowledges the social and economic needs of local communities and individual groups, allowing them to develop their own curriculum. So it is very important to note that quality education is supported by sound management practices through a school system. Okay, and all strategies, all planning and management within the school should be a collaborative effort. All right. So when we say collaborative effort, we have this what you call teamwork and cooperation. And this shows that it should involve all stakeholders, our school partners, in a context in which the curriculum plays a very vital role. Okay, so the focus of this is to earmark the management issues which need to be addressed so that they extend their support whatever happens in the entire school system. And the core issues here, the core issues at school level, such as integration of better approaches, increased learner performance, quality teaching, and of course, learning in a healthy school environment and fulfilling overall school aims and objectives. And this all relies strongly on good management plans and good management practices. So based from all of this, it's understood that system management has an intimate relationship to our curriculum in your particular school or institution. Okay, but how do school management systems help our learners? Okay, so easier way to store and access data, effective communication, boost student performance, and then online enrollment and enlistment for a better management. And this model picture is very comprehensive. Okay. And in that process for creating a lasting system in the development and improvement of curriculum instructions and assessment as well. So this is to increase our students' success, because they make sure they're fully meeting state mandates and make sure that the professional development they offer to teachers is very meaningful. Governance here is that the structure for overseeing the curriculum, instructions, and assessment of learning. So it is the foundations that each institution needs in order to be successful in all other phases with the work, being governed by an organization or by an institution. So the decision making, do not lie on the shoulder of just one person. It is actually collaborative. That is why we have this, what you call centralization and decentralization. So what is the difference between the two? So when we say centralization and decentralization, these are the two types of structures that can be found in a organization. in the organization, government, management, and even in proper governance. No, when we say centralization, it is more on the authority. It means that the power of planning and decision making are exclusively in the hands of the top management. So it alludes to the concentration of all the powers and the apex level. So on the other hand, no, decentralization is really referring to the dissemination of powers by the top management to the middle or lower level of management, and it is the delegation of authority at all the levels of management. And this is why, to determine whether a particular school, a particular organization is centralized or decentralized, it depends on the location of decision making authority and the degree of and the power of the lower levels. So going over with this topic, no, so what is the importance of system management and governance? Okay, so it explores possible models for managing curriculum development in education systems, including examining factors such as curriculum localization, no, specific context, opportunities and challenges as well, involving broader involvement of our partners, involvement of our various stakeholders. Deepen their understanding of the policies and processes related to the governance and management of education. Okay, so indeed, balancing national and local needs interests are very significant. As you can see, decision making is very important. Okay, so in decision making, also the participation in educational policy making, and then the curriculum design and implementation. By the way, all of these things, they have something to do with the strategies on how to strengthen, no, someday the linkages to other stakeholders. Okay, so in balancing stakeholders, this is to gain support and lead acceptable and curriculum implementation. Why? Because we need to go over with the process of you need to determine the needs of the learners, and then the school community as well, and then the physical and material human resources available. And this particular activity, okay, is very effective, which will serve as a beam, no, to a specific policies, goals, and strategic plans. Okay, so effective contextualization, localization processes can be achieved by developing a very good curriculum framework. Okay, ensuring compliance with these standards in local and school developed curriculum, providing trainings, no, not just for the learners, but also especially for all the teachers, and workshop as well for the teachers. And then ensuring clear and open communication between central and local authorities. Okay, so of curriculum, just like what you see in my slides, no, Indonesia, Finland, and in Nambia, and then at the same time in Israel, okay, Australia, and are just samples from the global trends in the localization of curriculum. And I believe India has a very good programs, okay, because curriculum localization challenges and opportunities, they reflect, no, upon the constraints of the limit of the localization processes. However, there are a number of constraints in the devotion or devolution of responsibilities for the different levels. Okay, development overview here in our country, no, in the in the Philippines. So the process is executed by a diverse team of teachers and other certified staff and administrators. Okay, it is actually a collaborative work as well, no? And then the process is flexible. The curriculum developed will align to the state, no, to the national or industry standards. That is why, as early as now in our senior high school, no, we try to ask them on what are their capabilities. That is why the curriculum is aligned to the national and industry standards, and then it will be developed and be articulated from early childhood to grade 12. Okay, and this is really something very important in our educational system. Okay, and our school-based curriculum as well, no, collaborative decision-making processes, clear focus, institutional focus, and then creative development space. Okay, and then the role of supervision and inspection, okay, in curriculum monitoring. We need to have monitoring of curriculum. Okay, so the first one is the analysis of school documents, and then the classroom observation, so that you can be focused on how the teachers perform inside the classroom, and then focus group discussions, and of course different surveys will be made, okay, in supervising and inspecting and monitoring our curriculum. Okay, so in the Philippines, the localization of curriculum will involve the use of materials, local materials, and then we try to have our integral part of the curriculum. Like for instance, we involved our culture, okay, because that is also very significant in making curriculum. There should be alignment. Okay, and then actually in reality there is no school that operates 100% accordance with the principles and practices in the centralized curriculum, but the school has its own needs, no, we have our own needs or goals. We have our own objectives that differs from other schools, even in neighboring communities. This may lead to a particular school within a strong identity and high quality leadership to adopt a modified teaching profile. Why am I saying this? Because this is very important to our learners, okay, when they graduate, when they leave our school, and they will work in a particular industry. Okay, and then before tell you this one, I would like to give you the role of supervision and monitoring. This is a process of gathering information, no, for evaluation, the effectiveness of the curriculum, and ensuring that the intended, implemented, and attained curricula are aligned. They are on the right track with our students, no. This process, they typically focuses on such issues, no, the relevance, consistency, practicality, effectiveness, scaling up, and most of all, sustainability. Okay, when we are having this, when we have this kind of curriculum, can we sustain up to the end, no? So as well as whether the learners are achieving the expected learning outcomes, no? It measures the extent to which the curriculum is commensurate with the diverse needs of all the learners. Okay, so in our country, the higher office, they usually employ supervisors, inspectors, no, and their mission is to monitor and follow up school operations as part of their job, as part of their role as supervisors. They are expected to monitor the implementation of the curriculum. No, when there is comprehensive curriculum reform, monitoring can be conducted extensively. No, and these are assigned gathered during analysis. They can foster and reinforce mutual responsibility based upon the exchange of viewpoints, collaboration, viewpoints on the findings, with the goal of providing feedback to administration. Okay, and this can help. Okay, sometimes self-evaluation practices have an important role in promoting responsibility. And the results of the supervision processes, no, express a strength, okay, weaknesses and opportunities as well. For what? For improvement. Okay, this will contribute to the school improvement plan that will be used as a benchmark for future supervision cycles. Okay, so monitoring roles is really very important. So you have to decide on the content, no, selecting the school organizational patterns, and then improvement of teachers' effectiveness, ensuring that teachers are performing well, performing their duties as scheduled, and then improvement of the incompetent teachers. There are many supervisory roles expected of them, no, that is geared towards promoting the quality of teaching. Okay, not just teaching but also learning in schools. Okay, so to wrap it up, my dear participants and guests, let me leave these big words in the system of management. Okay, so our expert knowledge, program designs, implementation, and evaluation are deployed in delivering services to our learners and in owning and managing our school like a family. So we should always remember that, no? We are not for profit. Instead, we are driven by our values of integrity, accountability, excellence, and collaboration. Okay, so I guess that is for school system management and governance. Thank you so much. This is Daisy Galgana from the Philippines.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge about importance of system management and e-governance, education management system, teacher education system, how the school management system helps the student, the role of supervision and inspection in curriculum monitoring with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presence. Moving ahead with session, we have another renowned personality with us as keynote speaker, Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti, motivational speaker, career coach, Hyderabad. He has done MA, MEd, MBA, MPhil, and PhD. His areas of expertise in online teaching, training, ELT methods, material testing and curriculum design, business communication, cross-cultural communication, technical communication, lateral thinking skills, emotional intelligence, multiple intelligence, stress management, research and publication. He specialized in ELT, EFL, ESL, ESP, Business English and Technical English, life skills, soft skills training, webinar sessions, material development, curriculum design, basic education, community engagement, 2 decades of hands-on teaching, training and research expertise in the Middle East, Oman and UAE, Myanmar, online, Turkey, Maldives and India, visiting professor and life skill coach. Volunteer teacher, higher education training for teachers, HETT Canada, resource person, trainer, presented 125 webinars, online sessions and workshop on ELT, ESP pedagogy. Curriculum design. He is the member, Board of Studies, English Language and Literature, Shri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayan, Women's University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. He is the research guide for PhD and MPhil scholars in ELT, soft skills and interdisciplinary areas for Mewar University. It's our proud privilege to have you, sir, with us today. I would like to request to take the conference forward with your valuable talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizers in Bhopal and Research Foundation of India, particularly Dr. Ajay Jainji, who has identified me and invited me for this August conference. I have been attending your sessions since yesterday, very interesting sessions. And at the outset, this is need of the hour, a very special topic the organizers have chosen. Can I share my PPT, please? I think some are waiting to join, ma'am. Kindly accept them. Yeah. Organizers, could you please allow others to join? Some are waiting in the lobby or somewhere. Please check.
So you can share your
Yes.
screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is it okay now? Hello. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, sir, it's visible.
Right. For today, based on your theme, strategies for strengthening industry academia linkage, practicability and implications. That is the focus of my talk today. This interface means an interactive and collaborative type between academic institutions and business corporations for the achievement of certain mutually inclusive goals and objectives. Ideas. But the question is, are we tapping the potential of the academia into the industry? That is a very question I have, because many institutions, they have IQAC, they have so many other departments, placement department and training and development department, as the case may be. But are we fully tapping our academic knowledge base and trying to link it to the industry? That is the question I would like to pose in this August gathering. Now, Government of India initiatives. Let us look at some of the initiatives that are happening in the country. The Scheme for Promotion of Academic and Research Collaboration, SPARC, is a ministry. So not only in India, but internationally also, there is a scope for tying up with various industries and academic institutions. Let me remind you of a scheme of providing 1 crore rupees for starting incubation centers in ACT. In return, the institute had to set aside about 2,500 to 3,000 square feet on the campus for this. If any institution is ready to do that, ACT is ready to set up incubation centers. Even Atal Tinkering Labs are there now. ACT or to continue studies to augment their employability. This is one of the wonderful schemes by Government of India. Multidimensional policies to augment academia industry, AI for short. It's not artificial intelligence, it is academia industry, AI, collaboration, which includes university industry, UI, empowered committee to team the AI link, techno entrepreneurship. Universities for better platform, research, technology transfer, etc. The courses that are offered at higher education institutions now. Then let us move on to rule number 2, assess academic and industrial needs. What are your needs? What are the sectors, which is called sectoral focus. In many business schools and universities, this is happening now. Various sectors like various industries, it may be textile, it may be petrochemicals, it can be tourism, it can be anything. Each sector has to be analyzed.
Yes, yes, it's visible and you are audible.
Then the third step is assess student and faculty desires. Where are they in terms of their desires, their ambitions, their goals? Students and faculty. We have to frequently look at those things also. Then we come to assess individual personalities of the students and faculty. Then consider the alternatives. What are the alternatives? They have teaching to do. If it is faculty, they have teaching to do, research to conduct, then tie up with the industry, so many things. So what is expected from faculty and how they can line up students also, involve students also. There should be an agenda. I think in the beginning of the academic year, various departments can conduct some meetings specifically focusing on these needs, industry academia tie-ups. Then things can be better. Consider the timing. When is the right time? Is it beginning of the academic year or end of the first semester or trimester, whatever is your calendar? Check it out. Plan for the long term. How we are going to tie up and do the things according to the expectations of the industry and according to the flexibility at the concerned institution. Keep your options open. That is rule number 8. Always be open. Now, achievements of higher educational institutions in India. I'm quoting some of the achievements recently which happened across India. In March 2019, IIT Kharagpur signed a memorandum of understanding with a global IT company, Wipro. The aim behind this collaboration is to create industry-focused applied research in the areas of 5G and AI, artificial intelligence. 5G is soon going to come. It's already in the loop. Soon we are going to face that. 4G is over, now 5G is coming. And artificial intelligence is going to be a big boom now. It's already there everywhere, in the mobiles, in the movies, in the TVs, in the cars. But what else can we do? So in this area, research is happening and prestigious institutions like IITs, IIMs are tying up with the industry. Then IIT Guwahati and Samsung India recently inaugurated a digital academy. The academy is to train more than 300 people in the next 3 years on cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT, Internet of Things. IIT Madras, Chennai, and Sterlite Technologies joined hands for conducting research and development in 5G. IIT Hyderabad signed memoranda of understanding with 4 Japanese institutions of National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience in order to carry out research in areas including earthquake engineering and with a focus on numerical simulation. That is one of the upcoming areas now, because in disaster resilience and earth sciences, not much is done. So some IITs are getting up. The Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, joined hands with global IT major Wipro in order to develop autonomous systems, metal 3D printing, and so many things are coming up. IIT Kanpur signed an MOU with Tech Mahindra, and they are doing something in cyber security. Similarly, IIT Delhi has tied up with ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. Then they are working in space technology area. IIT Roorkee recently signed an MOU with which is an ERW steel pipes manufacturer, APL, Apollo Tubes Limited. IIT Mumbai, students collaborated with Tata Motors, and they are developing electric vehicles. Nowadays, you see more and more electric vehicles. This because of this, pollution and all, they are developing electric vehicles. And this time, the team competed at the prestigious international competition Formula Student UK 2019 also. So these are some of the achievements by Indian institutes of excellence. Similarly, various institutions universities can plan out, check out, then do something in terms of industry, academia, enterprise. Now, curriculum development and training. Here, motivation of the faculty must be the first one. I quote SBM University Bhubaneswar, where I have been working and I'm still associated with him under the presidentship of Professor Vishwajit Patnaik, founder president of the university. It's a state university. They have done long back in 2007 and 8, they tied up with Pantaloon Retail India Limited. Then they developed a curriculum based on the requirement of the industry for the retail industry, and we trained in certificate course, 30 days or 3 months course. Then that has been highly useful and still it is going on. Then institutions can encourage the faculty or research scholars, students to take up consultancy, encourage faculty, give flexible teaching hours, research scope and training, revenue sharing like IITs and IIM models they can follow. If any faculty member is interested in conducting some industrial research or write some case studies or take up some research which will help the industry as well as the institution, then let us give some flexible teaching hours and give some scope for them to explore new areas. And revenue sharing is a common thing in IITs and IIMs. If they get some consultancy, that 1/3, 2/3 sharing or whatever institutional norms are there. That is one way of doing. Employee empowerment, women empowerment, youth empowerment, capacity building. Such programs can be taken up and that can be linked to Skill India also. That is a major scheme now, one of the major schemes. Then technology transfer to the product sector. Example, mobile handsets, chip making. Nowadays there is a shortage of chips, electronic chips, headsets, and electric automotives. All these things can be developed by engineering departments of various institutions. Petrochemicals, so many other things are there. Just explore, plan out and explore. Prototype development, technology incubation. Identify and tap with companies interested in drones, for example. Drones are everywhere now. In medicine, in health sector, they are in tourism sector, in movies, media, and so many places, agriculture and so on. So wherever possible, try to do. Recently, I visited IIT Mumbai. They are developing drones which can be useful for common passengers also. When there is an accident, airlifting certain things or somebody for emergency medical need or sending the medicines, things like 3D printing. So many things are coming out now. So one can take up that. Business incubators encourage entrepreneurship like T-Hub in Telangana. And we have women entrepreneurs hubs, and such examples can be taken, and each state can do something, each industry, each institution can. Then we come to how to motivate the industry to increase links with academia. We can motivate industry people, like provide access to manpower. We have vast manpower, lakhs of students, research scholars, faculty are there across the universities in India or third world countries. Then let us provide access to manpower. We will provide manpower, trained manpower to the industry. Prepare well-trained graduates, develop a pool of knowledgeable faculty, give access to basic and applied research results.
Sir, are you there? Maybe some technical issue. Sir will be rightly joined within a couple of minutes. Ajay sir, can we proceed the session with new speaker, or we can wait for Ajay sir? Are you there?
Ma'am, please wait a minute.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Rudra sir?
Sir, any further research, anything
Hello.
can be taken up if anybody would like to.
Hello.
That's all from my side. Any questions? Over to organizers, please.
Sir, am I audible? Hello.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge about collaboration with research organization, consultancy, curriculum development, focus on innovation, and many more with us. Thank you so much, sir.
My pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, RFI and Sant Hirdaram College for inviting us.
Thank you, Kalana sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. Thank you, Ajay sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, Rudra sir available.
Moving forward,
Pardon me?
moving forward the session, we have another esteemed personality as guest speaker with us, Shri Rudra P.D. Ghimre, President SEPS. Mr. Ghimre is a member of Subject Committee, Faculty of Management and Commerce of Purvanchal University. He was Principal Campus Chief at DAV Business School MBA program, Jawaharlal Lalitpur, affiliated to Purvanchal University, Morang, Nepal. He was a research member secretary, Faculty of Economics of DAV Business School MBA program. He had served as a technical expert member of Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, Government of Nepal in 2018. He is honorary invited author of London Journal Press UK. He is an expert of trade competitiveness in South Asia regional economy and dependency of economy on its partner countries of South Asia and world economy. Mr. Ghimre is the chairperson of School of Economic Policy Studies, Nepal. It's our proud privilege to have you, sir, with us today. I request you, sir, to take the conference forward with your valuable talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for reading my credentials at this preface of the conference. I'm really privileged with you all, team of RFI, and respected all keynote speakers, guest speakers, and all previous unknown speakers. I listen your ideas and research as well as your analysis. Really, I got impressions in this subject. First of all, I would like to put my grateful thanks to Professor Ajay Jain, RFI dignitaries It's my privilege and honor to speak here in the conference as an international guest and a speaker. I'm very much thankful to the organizers once again. As the topic that we have is very important. It's a vibrant topic. It has meaning in these days to develop the academia and the industry relationships. This is what I mean is here the combination, the link is a productivity that can empower human resources from theoretical development to practical aspects. That's why this importance coming these days in our career as well as in our research. The relationship, the spontaneous relationship is a positive. The academia prepares and the industry, the firms that creates an opportunities to realize its potentials. So the value generations from the education sectors to industry sectors depends on innovations and the vibrant exchange of ideas with wider educational scope. I can see some of the practices in USA, UK, even to India, and in the South Asian belt. The practice is going on to explore the skills, the modern skills, and knowledge advancements in high-level human resources, in middle-level human resources, and low-skill human resources. So entirely, it is depending on the teaching pedagogy. And which actually adds development. Extent we can measure by the numbers to do certain development levels or certain performance in academia sectors as well as industry sectors. We need a new technology because the many challenges are growing these days. And we are knowing that the importance of the technology. The technology is combining the academic and the industry fields. The emergence is that, the importance of artificial intelligence that is bridging and making more fertile the academic sectors as well as industrial sectors. There is no any disruptive phenomena if academia and the industry uses the technology means. These days, this era is digital eras. We are intervening and entertaining our all sort of functions via digital medias. But still, some of the areas are not developed or not applied in the artificial intelligence apparatus. So What do we mean that the conference title is Enlightening Our Performance Through Certain Knowledge and Pedagogy. How can we improve our pedagogy? That is maybe the part of the another discussion, because the pedagogy has the greater importance to enhance the industry performance. So digital educations these days targeting the development of industrial sectors, the new technology wave gradually coming, and equally this domain, the technological developments, changes that are kind of change domain, changing our beginning, changing our growing, and changing our emerging performance. We have to incorporate through skills and knowledge in the industry so that the organizational performance collectively can grow, and also side by side we also have to change the curriculums, the informations, the content, the knowledge, and have to change the profiles of all human resources. Human resources is not only the part that settle everything. That's not. There's lots of inputs available there, and how industry promotes their business education, farm level education, market level education. Everywhere we see that the potentialities, right? And the emerging technologies mismatching how we are realizing the implications of the modern educations. Now, these days, we human resource managers and academicians, or say educationists, have to make low-cost settings, optimum level of productivity we should have, realizing the technology importance, and have to create a very positive learning experiences in a market as well as in the classes. These days, in the classes, the students are gradually, leaving. They are not trying to pursue our education systems because there is a mismatch between the skills and scope because of the technological aware. So these days, the scope of IT, the digital innovations, we know very clearly that India has a greater experiences and influencing also to the developed countries, advanced countries. The model of India, IT development and apparatus gradually pursuing by other countries means, in South Asia, India has a greater knowledge contributions in industry sectors, not only academia, because of the technological development and the technological means. So this continuation of exploration and development of ideas, creating certain level of degree of opportunities to the IT professionals, as well as the educational, promoters. So these days, we have to produce the intellectual leadership who also have the capacity to use technological, to apply technological education in the fields of real sectors. Here these days, the institutional effort is growing We see everywhere the modern institutions and their collective efforts to use technological domain. That is, what I am focusing that the digital technologies has a greater implications to the laborers, to the raw materials, to the entrepreneurs, to the industrials, all stakeholders. They can make a kind of role to develop the firm's overall managerial or say entrepreneurial capacities. So these days, the institutional level definitely improving, and there is an effective management of the resources. The participation we have to increase in IT education. That only brings change in the IT-induced industry sectors. The positive aspect is that the productivity and the technology of using labor and capital these days, utilizing technically. For example, here we see that the online education worldwide, we are preparing these days. And we are meeting many experts, changing our style of teaching, learning some of the methods, and transforming ourselves. These practices has increasing the productivity of the whole schools. We are providing training to the schools, teachers, college faculties, and discussing, interacting with the university professors. This has changed our lifestyles, that has changed our working style, that has increased our efficiency and the capacity. This has become a role model in changing education system. That's why the role of the automated education systems have to be developed here, so that a country, a region can make another sort of strategies, which could be the model. Sufficient infrastructure we may not have, we agree on that, but we can replace the old models, practices models, and we can innovate new models. So here the strategy should be what? Should be the research and development, should be research and innovation in policy, in making the laws, in making or developing overall systems. So creation is not an easy task. That's why we all, entire educated human resources, should make the strategies, the industry related, the case, maybe in the industry, inside the industry, as well as outside the industry. Looking into there, case-wise, we can explore some of the strategies as well. Sorry, it may be the practices of education sectors, or it may be the practices of the practitioners by observing the laws, observing the principles, theories, and the real phenomena that going on. So, saying these things, I want to conclude my speech saying the two things only. The first thing that we have to, the first strategy we have to, identify in a way that how can the industry sector observe the technology? What is the potentiality that we should have first? And the second is how the human resources can be satisfied with others, the collaboration. That is very important in the industry sectors. That's why the grooming part is important in education sectors, and the practicality part is in the industry or the farm sectors. So we have history that we can have the emphasis sometimes in the capitalism, sometimes in the socialism, and sometimes maybe in a mixed systems. So whatever, so these days the first strategy must be the resource and development. Then second strategy should be that the innovation of the real particular field. So thank you very much. It's my speech, and it's really thankful. It's my gratitude to you all, being thankful to you all organizers and the teams. I leave now, and I would listen your research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was so very enriching to hear from you, sir. It was indeed a knowledgeable and interesting session on academia and industry linkages, improve teaching pedagogy, incorporate digital education, apply technological education in every field. Thank you so much, sir, once again for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my great pleasure. Thank you.
Now I request Akansha for further proceeding of technical session 2. The rest participants will present their paper. Over to you, Akansha.
Thank you so much, Madhu ma'am. Now, moving further with the technical session 2, the presenters were left, whoever so left. First, I would like to call Mr. Mohani Sharma and Madhurima Sharma. Sir, are you there? And you are ready with your presentation?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm ready with my presentation. So can I present?
Yes, you can present, and sir, be precise with your presentation. Kindly focus on the methodology or result and conclusion part.
Sure.
Sir, you can share your screen.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm trying.
इसके बाद नहीं, इसके बाद एक और अफरोज कहाँ से बैठ कर यहीं से दे दीजिएगा।
The screen is visible. Hello.
Yes, the screen is visible. You can start your presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all. I am Mohani Sharma, researcher of Department of Mechanical and Engineering. Welcome you all. Firstly, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to present over this topic, predictive maintenance in Industry 4.0. So my topic is predictive maintenance in Industry 4.0. So, ma'am, I have to directly present from the methodology part, or I have to elaborate from the introduction part? Yeah. The Industry 4.0 is a term that refers to the combination of the major innovation in digital technology, all coming to the majority right now. All the transformation and the energy and the manufacturing sector are all basically focusing on the Industry 4.0, and it's a current topic which basically these technologies include the advanced robotics and artificial intelligence, and it's also include the computer, cloud computing, IoT, and other sensors. And further, from the starting, that what do we have in the earlier sector in Industry 0? First, we have started with the handicap part. That is the basically labor oriented, and further in 90s we started with the mechanical production, and then we moved to mass production with labor, and then advanced automation in which the labor use is not provided because the robotic is used to perform the work like in industries or automobile sector. And now we are having the industry 4.0, that is the digital supply chain and the smart manufacturing, which is focusing on solely on technology and the smart IoT sensors. Now, what do we have in the topic is the predictive maintenance and what is its need. Basically, what we are doing in this paper, we are analyzing the other two with the predictive maintenance and detecting the pattern and the data can be used to formulate the prediction, like when we have what is the heating, ventilation, air conduction, and control in the number of industry, like there should be a indoor particular temperature, humidity and pressure that we have to maintain in inside the industry, and outside what is the IoT sensors that we can use to decrease the fatigue and the failure of the parts of the industry sector. So these can be reduced by the predictive maintenance analysis. So, and we can use this by further graphs. In lean manufacturing, what do we have? In lean manufacturing, the primary goal of lean manufacturing is to create a modern flow and the process to finish the product with little or the no waste policy. Basically, what we are doing in lean manufacturing, the systematic and the multiple step approach we are following to analyze the accuracy and the no loss policy. There are few commonly dimensions that are mentioned in the diagram, which focuses on the zero waste policy. These are the policy which are followed by the lean manufacturing. In the paper, in the research paper, there are few problems that we have identified to study and evaluate about the industry 4.0, to study and evaluate the concept of the lean manufacturing and predictive maintenance. Again, I'm telling you, the predictive maintenance is on the prediction of the data why the component of the machine is getting failure. For example, if there is a turbine, we are having the fan, we are having the shaft, so they have required a particular number of maintenance. So we do a maintenance by a predictive maintenance data and lean management. So these are the methodology that I have used for the predictive maintenance. Here I have collected the data of the according to the season wise. In winter, what is the data, and I have stored these data to cloud. Again, I'm using a cloud because it's industry 4.0. So here cloud computing play an important role. All the things are it's not manually, so it's online. We can operate these tools from anywhere in the world. So whatever the person do, if there is some problem in the machinery part, so when should be the maintenance should be done of the machine. So what we do is the season-wide data is uploaded to the cloud, and pre-processing data, clustering, predictive system, and the communication server. From there, the data is uploaded to cloud, and from there we come to know that the machine need to be served or need requirement of the maintenance. Is there any requirement of the maintenance according to the data that we have uploaded from the predictive maintenance? In implementation, what I have done is that I have used some data from online I have used the data from online that I have visited a factory, and I used to take the temperature of the outside and the inside with the temperature IoT sensor, that is MPT 3560. It is used to it's having a maximum temperature of 200 degrees Celsius. It can take the reading up to 200 degrees Celsius. So I have measured uh, the temperature and the measure the difference. What is the maximum temperature at which the fatigue is taking place? What is the temperature at which season wise the fatigue and the maintenance is required? So in my implementation result, what I have done, I have collected the data by IoT sensor, that is MPT 3560, and I have presented the result. Graphically, representation is done by the data that I have collected. First graph, what I have done is that I have taken the temperature of the inside interior temperature of the machine. So what is the required? There is a the requirement is that I have used this sensor again, and machine parts, shaft, and pressure. Yeah, definitely pressure is one of the important factor. Uh, and from this, I have taken data from 2018 to 2019. This is a 1 year data that you can see. It's inside uh, the industry data. And second, what I have done, I have mentioned the season data. What is happening basically in the heat in the summer, the heat, and because of the machine is working, so the temperature also rises. And outer in the summer, because of radiation is taking place, and machine is also becoming heater by its working, and because of atmosphere, so the fatigue chances and is increased. So I have mentioned the data that in season wise in summer the fatigue failure is maximum as compared to in winter, because the outside atmosphere is supporting the machine, because it's not absorbing the radiation from the sun directly in winters. But as compared to summer, it's absorbing the temperature from the outside, and it's also increasing its temperature because of working of the machine. So I have mentioned these graph, and in final, I have mentioned both what is the season prediction and what is the use of inside temperature. So the highest temperature was rising during the September and October is 35 degree in winters, and the lowest temperature is 26 degrees Celsius, that is mentioned in the graph. And the straight line represent the implication of the current trend in temperature. It also shows the non-linear line which increase and decrease in values depending on its year. And as we all know, the global warming day by day is increasing. So the prediction is also difficult. It's becoming difficult because the temperature is always increasing year by year by 1 or 2 degrees. So the prediction is difficult because we have to increase our limitations, prediction, and other IoT sensor to work properly. So in my conclusion, what I have mentioned that the predictive maintenance is compulsory, but it's also depend on the machine working and the atmosphere that we live in. What we can do, we can provide the proper ventilation, we can provide the AC proper cooling to the machine, we can use the lubrication, and when we have to provide the maintenance of to the machine, is very important, because basically what is happening, I have worked on the industry to surplus their benefit, because what will happen if one of the turbine or parts damage, it's their benefit also decreases, because they have to pay from their benefit profit percentage. So what I have done, I have tried to reduce the percentage of the loss. So I have mentioned here the when do machine require the maintenance, how we can provide the maintenance, and what are the limitations, what we can do or what we don't have to do. So these are the my working, and in these and further and references from which I have worked on. Uh, Thank you. I conclude. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohnish, for paper presentation. Now, moving forward the session, we have another esteemed personality as chief guest with us, Dr. Somi Datta, Associate Professor at Institute of Engineering and Management. She has completed her PhD IEST Shibpur. She received her BTech and MTech, securing first position gold medalist from MAKAUT. She is certified as Publins Academy Peer Reviewer 2020 and certified Microsoft Innovative Educator 2020. Her research interests are data mining, information retrieval, online social media analysis, and image processing. She has published 30 conference and journal papers in Springer, IEEE, IGI Global, Taylor and Francis, etc. She has 5 book chapters in Taylor and Francis Group and IGI Global. She is peer reviewer and TPC member in different international journals. She was the editor in CIPR 2020, CIPR 2019, IEMIS 2020, and many more. She is the member of several technical functional bodies. She has published 5 patents and copyright. Dr. Somi Datta has delivered 30 keynote talks in different international conferences. She has been awarded with Rashtriya Shiksha Ratna Award, International Teacher Award by 2021 by Ministry of MSME, Government of India. I request ma'am to enrich this session with your great knowledge. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for this nice introduction. I'm just sharing my screen. I hope it's visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Very good afternoon, all of you. I'm very glad to, and I'm very honored to give the lecture here in this esteemed conference. So many congratulations to all the team members who are arranging such good conferences. So today the topic of my talk is challenges in social network and data analytics. So already I'm just keeping the highlight part and my introduction part. So already you have given a brief introduction. So let's start with the topic. So this is one of the very challenging area, where we can give our effort being a researcher. So we know that online social microblogging sites are really very popular now these days, and every time we are quite addicted with our phone, and every time we keep on chatting and keep on searching for some of the informations in different microblogging platforms, and we try to share different sort of information regarding our different timeline. In different timeline we try to post, we try to give reactions on some of the events. So that's why these are very popular. And at the same time, when so much data are getting exchanged between different sort of users, so also it is a position, also it is a platform where huge data are getting generated, and also it is just creating few of the threads. So that's why this information should be handled very sensitively. It should be filtered and organized nicely, that we can grab some of the information and come to a conclusion or take some decision from the using some analytical part. So these are the some of the options we are here, which are too much popular, especially from the post-COVID days or during the COVID days. Analysis has come that these are used too much in our regular life, like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and different blogging sites are also there. So in every cases, we know that it helps us to exchange few of the information. If it is a very recent event also, then also we can see that if we want to go through what is the current status of that particular event or of that particular topic, then we can get to know from the social media itself, apart from only clicking on Google search. So the current updates also we will be getting from different social media. Now whenever this sort of social media things are coming, so also we can see different challenges are also there. So the challenges are that first of all we need to find out that huge data flow is there. Your spam information can be there within your particular data. Your personal information can be still, so security mechanism should be there. Whenever we are trying to find out any of the news, then definitely the fake news should be identified and another is information retrieval. So let's start with this topic that how we can try to find out the filtration of the data. We can find out the spam filtration. We have tried to propose few of the algorithms, and we can organize the informations in a very manageable way that we can find out the information from there. So few of the challenges I will try to address here, that how few of the solution we try to produce. Me and my research collaborators, we have done few of the work that I'm trying to show you here. One is attribute selection for spam classification. We know that nowadays, if we go for any sort of finding the data set, in case of our research fraternity, we can get easily, we can grab few of the data sets. And easily there are so many tools and mechanisms are there, we can find out the classifications. So the classifications is basically categorization. So in this case, we are trying to categorize the spam information and non-spam information, so that definitely we can categorize. And here the attribute selection or the feature selection methods are helping us to find out or to do the refinement filtering of the information, that which helps us to find out the spam information and non-spam information. So that's why we can really, or we can easily find out that minimal subset of attribute, which will help you out to find out the data or to find out the spam information. So we are trying to use one of the rough set theory based algorithm, and which is helping us to find out the spam data. So we have used 5 different data sets. Basically 4 are publicly available data set, and 1 data set we try to contribute in this work. And definitely, always being a researcher, we should help out each other in this way, that if we are trying to develop a new data set, then definitely it should be shared with my peer researchers also, that any further improvement of this work can be done from another research work. So here the 5th data set, we have tried to find out the Twitter API. Using the Twitter data set, we have tried to do all the experiments, and we have tried to find out few of the spam data and non-spam data. So next we have seen that these are the attributes what we are trying to use, or what we are trying to find out. Now from this all the data set what we are trying to find out, we will try to check it out that which particular features or which particular attributes are important enough. Now the entire text-based data set, we are trying to come out with few different sort of 24 features we have tried to identify, along with we are considering the decision attribute, that is a spam or non-spam, and then we are trying to consider the entire set for the attribute selection method. Now for attribute selection method, as we can see that this is not every time convenient to find out the correlation between each and every attribute. So that's why, without keeping any historical dependency between the attributes, we are trying to apply the rough set theory based approach to find out the correlation between the attributes. And easily we have tried to find out the correlation between the attributes using the rough set theory. Then one directed graph based method we have tried to adopt, where the graph is traversing based on the factor that in which node we are having the highest in degree. That node is trying to have more information. We are trying to put it in the reduced set, which will be considered finally for the refined attribute set. In this way, until unless all the nodes, all the edges are being traversed, we are trying to put one by one nodes in the reduced set, based on the degree of incoming nodes. So in this way, the entire algorithm has been proposed, and we can also find out different sort of methods via which we can come out with different sort of outcomes. For example, CFS, CON, these are the methods. And also we have considered the ranking method, for example, InfoGain, chi-square. This is the method also we can consider, which will help out to find out the features. So that's why now we can see that here so many features are there. So in other methods also, and in this CFS con also, we have tried to find out few members. Many times the number of methods are quite lesser than the other method, whatever we are trying to adapt. And definitely we can see that here are the results are given for all the five data set. And in the all data set, we can see the proposed algorithm are giving quite a good outcome. So this is one of the technique what we can follow definitely before classification. If we are having a very scalable and large data set, we can reduce this one using some of the feature selection method or attribute selection method, and we can come with some proper outcome. That is the outcome what is given here. Now here is the publication details. What we can see in the publication details, you can get the entire paper in my Google Scholar even. Next is information organization. Already I have discussed a few about information filtering. Now I'm moving to the next part, that is information organization. So organization means that how we will be representing our information, so that will help us so in finding the data, or that we can take a decision properly. So many times, as we know, the data sets are quite huge in nature, so it is not really possible for us to summarize all the data. If someone will be asking me, so manually, if I need to know for a particular topic, I have to go through all the topics individually. Then I have to come to a particular conclusion that this is the outcome of this particular topic. Many times we have seen that, for example, now we are connecting each other in virtual mode also. So not only for text data, for the visual data also, we can come out with this sort of solutions, that whatever the data we are trying to propose, whatever the discussions are going here, so all are coming in speech format. So definitely we can use some of the speech to text module, and all the text, whatever we are coming, we can make a gist out of it, that the discussion is on this particular topic, or these are the things are given here. So that is called summarization that we can do. So on this particular work, two different publications are there. You can also download the papers from my Google Scholar research kit. So here for summarization, two different techniques are being discussed. One is graphing based technique, which is a very easier one and very handsome also. So this hands-on method is basically based on if you are having some of the textual data, or if you are having a data which is in voice format, you can convert it into text, and then you can apply different sort of mechanism on it. Now, as you can see, the text data are quite noisy in nature. So whenever we will be working with this sort of data, we need some pre-processing for this one. And then definitely we can try to find out the similarity between two different data, and we try to club each other. So if we can just club here similar type of data together, then from that similar type of data, the more important data we can find it out, and we can notify that these are the summarized information from each and every cluster. So that's why we are trying to find out the similarity between the data set, and that similarity can be in term level and semantic level. So as these are some of the data which are English dictionary based data we are trying to take. So some of the methods also we are considering from different dictionary, including different dictionary, which is helping us, which are basically helping us to find out the similarity between different data sets. And after finding out the similar data sets, when we are trying to create the graph, then the graph we can see that in a graph we can plot the different nodes, and we can find out the similarity between different nodes that we have tried to highlight here. And when we are trying to find out the similarity, different graph methods are there. graph clustering methods, different community detection methods are there, which can help us in this matter. So we have used here in this case InfoMap, and to find out the community, and we got this sort of community, and we try to find out from each and every community, we try to find out the total summary, degree summary, and the summary which is based on the length, because if in a particular cluster we are having different data which is having the lengthier data, we can consider it is more informative. Similarly, in a graph we can see multiple clusters are there, which particular node is having higher in degree within the cluster, that node is having more in degree, we can confirm, and we can conclude it, we can consider it in our summary. So similarly, if a graph is too much congested, then also we can threshold the graph, and we can create another outcomes. How we have created here, you can see we can create different sort of similar sort of algorithm we can apply, that summary, the incoming based on incoming node summary and based on the length summary, and we can come out with on the same methodology on our thresholded graph. Now here, this is the performance. If we are trying to find out with this sort of algorithm, it is giving us good outcomes with respect to the precision recall and F measure. Similarly, if we try to apply different sort of classification algorithm, you can get all the measures also. Okay. Now these are one of the method. Already we try to find out that there are few methods which are really very much popular and which is giving us a lot of good algorithm for summarization. So next we thought that why don't we create a new algorithm which will be combining the previous all algorithms. So that will be a motivation for creation of behind the ensemble algorithm. So we have tried to create the ensemble algorithm in this way. And definitely this ensemble algorithm is the summation of all 9 algorithms we have tried to find out, which is working very good in case of this sort of natural calamity data set. So we have tried to consider here 4 different data sets which are based on different sort of activities, like some of the bomb blasting activity in Hyderabad, few are natural calamities like Uttarakhand landslides, few are the typhoon Hagupit in the Philippines. So this sort of data set we have tried to consider, and considering this sort of data set, we have tried to find out the basic methodologies, or these are the classical techniques what we have tried to follow here before the ensemble one. So when we have tried to find out that what is the similarity comes between the outcome of all the method, we can see that these are the similarity matrix, how we can get it. In many of the times there is no particular similarity between 2 methods. So that's why, considering the merits of all the methods, we are trying to consider one ensemble method. Here in the ensemble method, we try to propose 2 type of ensemble method. One is unsupervised and another is supervised one. And we have tried to find out some of the outcomes using this. Now, if you're trying to use any sort of graph-based algorithm, then definitely we try to find out that each and every tweet, what outcome will be coming from each method that we are trying to combine, and we are trying to using some voting method. Now, this is the learn to sum method. So basically, we are trying to use some of the supervised method where we are trying to use Lex rank algorithm, and we are trying to find out the outcomes. Now, as I was telling you that we are trying to find out the outcomes from different methods, and we can consider a simple voting method which will help us to find out that if a particular tweet is being, at least it is voted by some of the methods, then it will be selected in our final summary. We can consider in this way. Or apart from this, we can go for our proposed algorithm, which is based on graph-based aptitude. So here, some of the graph we are trying to consider, and we are trying to find out the similarity matrix, and then we can choose different sort of representative from there. So for considering the graph, when the all the methods we are trying to find out the similarity, then different sort of similarity also we can consider, that is text similarity, vector similarity, or ensemble similarity. And apart from identifying the groups, we can directly go for some connected component or different sort of community detection we can consider, we found that Leuven is also working very good, better than Infomap. So in this work, we have tried to consider Leuven as a community detection algorithm. And for the representative, we have also tried to find out different sort of words like maximum length, maximum degree, maximum TF-ID score, BM25 score, different type of score we have tried to consider. And we try to find out with different sort of outcomes. So here also we can come out with some, in case of supervised, we can come out with some voting method, but as it is supervised, so definitely in this case, in case of our voting algorithm, we can consider the existing root score which has come out from all the classical 9 methods we can consider here, and we can find out different sort of algorithms. So here each and every feature we have considered as a vectors. So these are the way how we can define the vector. If it is a text-based vector, then definitely all 12 factors we can consider, and we can come out with this sort of algorithm outcomes. Now here, this is one of the comparative analysis between the 9 methods. What was we have tried to consider, and here COUTS is the method which was performing outbox, so that's why it is quite a better method. And here we can see this is the total outcome, and these are the so many methods we are trying to find out, because as we have tried to use different sort of similarity, different sort of connecting method, and different sort of representatives, so many combinations we are able to produce. And so among all the methods, we can see some of the methods are highlighted with red color. These are the best method what we can try to find out with respect to the root score. Similarly, for unsupervised one, these are the outcomes what we can find it out, and we can see the random forest is working better in case of text-based features if we try to access. And so we can take a conclusion for this one. The supervised one is working less perfectly. The unsupervised one is working more. And this is one of the method of summarization which is really works for different sort of data set. We have tried out with this. So this is one of the very finest method. And in case of your voice data, that also you can use. First, you can convert it into a text format, then we can use this one. So here are the publication details also mentioned here. And so here I'm concluding my talk. So I have just here tried to address 2 of the challenges and the problems and the solutions. We have the solutions which are related to of the challenges, like spam clustering or using in terms of the feature selection or attribute selection. And the second one is the ensemble summarization for different sort of social microblogging data that we are trying to, I have tried to just explain here. So these are the related publications also given here, and this is my contact mail ID if you want to contact with me, so definitely. And you can also access all the papers in the research kit and in Google Scholar even. So here I'm just concluding my talk. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very enriching to hear from you. It was indeed a knowledgeable and interesting session. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for joining us today. Now, I request Dr. Harsha Premchandani, ma'am, Head of Chemistry Department, for her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Harsha Premchandani. My today presentation article topic is Innovation and Academia Industry Linkage. The collaboration between academia and industry is essential to promote growth and innovation in academia, technology, and to keep up with the fast-growing industry standards. With special focus and attention on research and the standards of education, the new generation will be equipped to handle increasing standards of industry. Again, I repeat, equipment to handle the increasing standard of industry. The motivating financial strain, ecological difficulties, spreading up science and information improvement, open development expansion required a profound evolution of the scholarly world industry connection. The fundamental research along with the innovation must focus on the integration of fundamental and applied research, technology development, new business model and processes, and enhance social responsibility. Premier institutions like the Indian Institute of Technology have now established world-class research park that provide a dedicated space for research and development. Deep technology focused startups have been incubated at this research park, and their success has been the result of collaboration with industry and proximity of academia. Collaboration as a standard for any industry, and industry collaboration with academia play a vital role in development of research skill in India, and hence for a qualified workforce with a special focus and attention on research and standards of education, the new generation will be equipped to handle the increasing standard of the industry. Academia participation in industrial development team and technology networks, enhanced support for fundamental and applied research, advanced thesis conducted in the industry, creation of joint value program and resource sharing, new business model, enhance societal responsibility. Time is of the essence, and it is our utmost responsibility as a nation to provide leadership, encourage, and embark upon this journey toward institutionalizing innovation in academia. Apart from this, because I am an academia of chemistry, I would like to say, apart from this, linkage, bridging, collaboration. Apart from this, I would like to say green chemistry, herbal chemistry should be enhanced in coming time, or should be majorly taken care in the best practices of the laboratory in higher education institution. Thank you all, and a special thanks to our principal Dalima Parvan. Thank you all.
Thank you, Harsha ma'am, for excellent presentation. Now I call upon the next presenter. Akansha, who is the next presenter?
Afroz Adil ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
Yes, ma'am, you can start your presentation. Just share your screen.
Yes, sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Just press F. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Now it is fine.
Okay, a very good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Dr. Vijayata Bhutore, Faculty Fashion Technology Department, Government Women's Polytechnic College. And I'm having Mrs. Afroz Adil with me. She's in charge HOD Architecture and Interior Department, Government Women's Polytechnic College. Today we are here to present our topic, which is an analytical study of the oldest fabric of India, Khadi, as a sustainable material for interior design. These are the content which we are going to cover in our presentation. Let's start with the basic brief of Khadi and our paper. As we all know that Khadi is one of the oldest fabric of India. Khadi is a natural and all-season fabric. It has a unique thermal quality which keeps it cool during summer and warm during winters, and so can be used in different interior spaces. It is a fabric which is mostly made by cotton, silk, and wool. So when we go with the particular fabric, the fabric qualities also incorporate in this. In this research paper, this gives an insight of many such problems due to which khadi has not been globally accepted by the interior designers. So what is khadi? Khadi is a basically hand spun and hand woven fabric. Just take a basic background of the khadi. Khadi is the first ever handmade natural fabric of India. It
Vijayata ma'am, your PPT is not visible.
Just a second. Now is that visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, and please focus on your result and conclusion part.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
just take a look on the uses of khadi in interior design. As sustainability is the need of hour, so all the teams required to make positive steps to achieve it. This eco-friendly fabric can be used in various ways in interior projects like curtains, bed covers, cushion covers, rugs, carpets, and many more. After the discussion with many manufacturers, retailers, and interior designers, we got finally the hurdles which is khadi is facing in gaining popularity. So here are some problems which we mentioned, like inadequate promotion, lack of design in fabric structure, low production and high cost, irregular and insufficient availability of raw material, budget and funding, negligible intervention and privatization by the private textile industry, lack of skilled labor and minimal wages, competition with fancy foreign branded fabrics, negligible online market, global competition, lack of entrepreneurs in this particular industry, undeveloped infrastructure, lack of surface ornamentation, minimal wages, minimal uses in making home furnishing and fashion accessories. Here is just a basic graphical representation of the data. For the proposed solution, I would like to ask Rose ma'am, please continue.
So we asked designers and retailers and industrialists about the hurdles, and that is how we could get which problem is how severe. Again, after that, we have proposed some solutions for the global acceptance of khadi. One is advertisement. We need more of advertisement, more campaigns. Then interior designers should be given the task to promote and propagate khadi. Latest technology should be involved in manufacturing and marketing of khadi. Then online marketing needs to be done. Skilled labor needs to be get involved in khadi production and the surface ornamentation of khadi. More subsidies should be given to the farmers who grow khadi as a raw material, and proper storage systems need to be developed for storing of khadi. Vijayata ma'am, next slide. Next slide, please.
It's already here. Are you able to see it?
No.
Now?
Okay, yes. Proposed solutions also have innovations in products. We need to more bring in innovations in interiors for khadi. Like we can go for false ceilings and partitions and all other objects and options are available where we can experiment with khadi and we can make it globally, get it global fame. Next, ma'am. Designers' creative approach towards khadi designing. So more experimentation has to be done. Innovations need to be brought out.
We can even go for upholstery in vehicles, like car seats and all can be designed using khadi because it's a natural fabric. It remains cool in summers and it remains warm in winters, hence because it is hand woven. So these qualities can be utilized and things can be designed using khadi. Next slide, please. How can this we can make khadi more acceptable? So there are few things which we have come up with. Is one, we can use khadi during welcome ceremonies. Khadi gift articles can be, which we can gift to one another during festival occasions. Government sectors need to promote more khadi by using khadi as a furnishing material for their offices, jails, hospitals, wherever the government building is there, all furnishing should be done with khadi. So then that is the best way to promote khadi. Next slide, please. Another is awareness programs have to be brought up, and designer home furnishings can be made out of khadi. Home furnishings can include upholstery, tapestry, rugs, wall carpets, wall hangings, lampshades, other accessories like footwear, jewelry bags. All these things can be made from khadi. Next slide, please, ma'am. Part of school, college, and design education syllabus, it should be incorporated in the school syllabus or in the college syllabus, designing things with khadi. And young generation should be taught new technologies, and they have to be updated regarding khadi and things which we can make and develop using khadi. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that unique features of khadi give it a great potential in Indian and global market, but there is a gap between the produced and the sell out khadi. So government has to take solid measures to increase the khadi export. Entrepreneurs and designers are not aware of the current government schemes that are going on to promote khadi. So they need to be made aware of these schemes. Various policies and welfare schemes should be developed to secure skilled and qualitative labor. Contribution to the locals and other small organizations should be taken into consideration. Research and development, conveyance and communication services, power and water supply facilities shall encourage young entrepreneurs to invest in and develop the khadi industry. That's it, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, RFI. Thank you, everyone. Once again, thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks to all the presenters present in the technical session too. With this, we come towards the end of the valedictory session. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. I shower my heartfelt gratitude and bow my head in the lotus feet of Sant Hirdaram Sahib Ji and our motivation and guidance, Reverend Sid Bhauji. Every conference is an experience. We have now reached at the end of valedictory function. There is an end to everything, but we believe there is never an end, but always a beginning. It is a moment of great honor and pride for me to take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. At the outset, on behalf of the entire team of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Sant Hirdaram Girls College, I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our respected delegates from across the globe present in the valedictory session. I wish to place my sincere gratitude to Ms. Daisy, Dr. Kalyana Chakravarti, Shri Rudra P.D. Ghimre, Dr. Somi Datta, Dr. Mausami Datta, Ms. Aliza Vita. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who were present with us in today's international conference. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries who were presented their lecture. I would like to express sincere appreciation and gratitude to Research Foundation of India and JHERF and respected Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Ajay Jain, National Coordinator, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Gunjan Shukla, Event Convener, Research Foundation of India. We feel really privileged to have your supervision and backing with us at all the times possible. Without you, all this would not be possible. I would like to thank World Virtual Conference Forum, World Federation of Science and Technology, International Research Guide Federation, Academic Research Guide Association. I would like to express my gratitude to our director, Shri Hero Gyanchandani, and Honorable Secretary of Shahid Hemukalani Educational Society, Shri A.C. Sadhwani ji, for all the support. I sincerely thank to the person who gave us the belief to bring together this event. She is our principal, Dr. Dalima Parvani. I compliment the organizers of International Conference. I would like to thank conference convener, Dr. Sunila Chaube, organizing secretary Professor Shazia Khan, for their commendable efforts. I would like to thank all the paper presenters, coordinators, Dr. Chandra Paliwal, Dr. Madhvi Gaur, Professor Vibha Khare, Professor Geeta Golani, moderators, presenters, rapporteur, and the technical team, Professor Sonia Sharma, Mr. Amit Verma, Ms. Shalini Motwani, and the participants for their active participation in the conference. Finally, I express my deep thanks to all the staff members who have been diligently supporting this international conference for these 2 days. Let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable valedictory session by a quote: "Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much." Thank you all. Thank you so much. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, ma'am.